The wind had already started to pick up by the time I parked the truck at the edge of the timber line. It was the kind of cold that didn't just sting, it chewed, burrowed, worked its way right into the bones. The forecast had called for a clear night, but the sky above the Bitterroot Range was bruised with heavy clouds rolling in from the west. That should have been enough to make me reconsider heading out alone, especially as dusk swallowed what little daylight was left. But I'd spent the whole week planning this hunt, and stubbornness was a hell of a motivator. I slung my rifle over my shoulder, adjusted my pack, and started toward the ridge. Snow muffled everything, turning the world still and empty, except for the creaking pines shifting under the growing wind. I'd hunted this part of Montana for years, and even in winter I knew the terrain like the back of my hand. But that night, it felt strange, uncannily quiet, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. 2 hours in, darkness had fully settled, thick and complete. My headlamp cut a narrow cone through the drifting flakes, each one glittering before it vanished into the void. I kept moving toward a clearing where I'd spotted fresh deer tracks earlier. But as I got closer, something changed. The air felt heavier, warmer even. It made no sense. I crouched, brushing my glove over the prints in the snow. They were sharp-edged, fresh, maybe less than 20 minutes old. I felt the familiar hum of anticipation in my chest. I lifted my rifle and slowly scanned the tree line. That was when I heard it, a single snap of a branch. Deer don't break branches like that. Not thick ones. It was too deliberate, too forceful. I held still, listening. My breath clouded the air, hanging like smoke. Then something moved just beyond the reach of my light, something tall. It slipped between the trees, silent, except for the faint hiss of disturbed snow. I don't know how long I stayed frozen like that, but eventually instinct pushed me backward, deeper into the brush. My heart hammered, not from fear, I told myself, but caution. I'd run into bears, mountain lions, all kinds of things that didn't want to be around people. But this felt different, wrong. I backed up another step. The forest behind me crunched. I spun, light whipping across the trees, catching nothing but branches clogged with snow. No tracks, no movement, no animal. But I knew I'd heard something. I wasn't imagining it. I swallowed hard and forced myself to breathe evenly. Get a grip, I muttered, my voice sounding too loud in the dead stillness. I turned back toward the path, only to see new tracks in the snow beside mine. Not deer, not boots, bare feet, human. But enormous, longer than my own boot by several inches. And despite the snow, despite the cold that had begun to numb my fingers even through insulated gloves, these footprints were perfectly defined, not melted or softened. Someone had stepped there minutes ago. Sweat prickled the back of my neck. I followed the tracks with my light, tracing them as they snaked between the trees. But after 20 feet, they simply ended. No fade out, no signs of jumping or doubling back. One step, then nothing, as if whatever made them had vanished into thin air. A deep crack echoed through the forest, followed by a sound I can only describe as breathing, slow, rasping, and close. Very close. That was enough for me. I turned and started moving fast toward the ridge, heading back the way I came. My boots pounded the snow, crunching loud in the oppressive silence. Every instinct screamed at me to keep going. Don't look back. Don't stop. But after 100 yards or so, I couldn't help it. I looked over my shoulder. My stomach dropped. There were new prints behind me, fresh ones, closer, running. I didn't hear anything chasing me, but the tracks didn't lie. I flicked my light upward, scanning the woods, but the beam seemed swallowed by the dark, barely illuminating anything. The wind surged suddenly, carrying with it a low sound that was almost conversational. Not words, not exactly. More like the rhythm of speech twisted into something animalistic. I shoved myself forward, legs burning as I climbed the ridge. Branches whipped my face. Snow stung my eyes. The cold was worse now, sharp enough to hurt with every breath. I crested the top of the ridge and almost collapsed with relief when my headlamp glinted off the side mirror of my truck far below. I just needed to get down the slope, cross the clearing, and something moved behind me, not in the distance, right behind me. I could feel the vibration in the ground. Heavy, slow, purposeful. I turned, raising my rifle, heart slamming against my ribs so hard I thought it would burst. My light passed over the trees, and something stepped between them. I only saw it for a second, but that was enough. A towering shape, hunched but still impossibly tall. its skin pale against the darkness, almost luminescent. Its limbs were wrong, too long, bending in a way I knew no human joints could. And its face, God, its face looked stretched like someone had pulled the skin too tight over the bone. No eyes. Or maybe they were there, but sunken, lost in shadow. It tilted its head. The sound that came out of it rattled through me like electricity. I fired. Not to kill, just to buy a second. The crack split the night like lightning. The recoil jolted my shoulder. Snow exploded from a tree trunk where the bullet struck. The thing recoiled, not from pain, but like the noise surprised it. For the faintest moment it hesitated. I didn't. I turned and tore down the slope. My feet skidded on ice. I nearly fell twice. The trees blurred as I half ran, half slid into the clearing. The truck was 20 yards ahead, 15, 10. The forest behind me erupted with movement. I heard it barreling down the ridge, branches snapping, snow shaking loose in cascades, a guttural grinding sound echoing in the night. I slammed into the side of the truck, yanked the driver's door open, and threw myself inside. My hands barely worked, shaking so violently I fumbled the keys. When the engine finally roared to life, the headlights blasted across the clearing. Something stood at the tree line, not running now, waiting, watching. Its head tilted again, that same eerie, unnatural angle. For the first time, I realized something that chilled me deeper than anything else that night. It hadn't chased me to catch me. It chased me to herd me. I shoved the truck into gear and floored it, fishtailing across the snow before finding traction. The headlights bounced wildly over the uneven ground. In the rearview mirror, I saw the tree line go dark again. The shape was gone. I didn't slow down, not when I hit the trail road, not when the snow thinned, not even when the highway finally came into view. I kept driving until I reached the first lit gas station miles away, where I sat shaking in the cab, staring at the frost forming on the windshield. I've hunted that land my entire life. I've seen wolves, bears, mountain lions. Once, I even locked eyes with a bull moose that could have torn me in half, but I've never seen anything like that. The next morning, I returned with 2 friends. We hiked to the ridge in daylight. The snow was fresh from the night storm. Our tracks were half buried and hard to distinguish, but at the edge of the tree line, where my headlights had shone, we found something. One footprint, just one. Long, bare, perfectly formed. My friend Paul crouched beside it, frowning. This some kind of joke? I didn't answer. Because even then, in the bright cold light of morning, every instinct in me screamed not to be there. The trees seemed to lean inward, as if listening. We left after that. That was 2 winters ago. I haven't been back since. Sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind shifts just right, I swear I can still hear that rasping sound, that mimic of breathing. That wrong, almost human cadence whispering through the dark. I tell myself it's just memory, just leftover fear. But when winter comes and the nights get long and cold, I make sure never to step outside alone, because I know what's out there, and I know it remembers me too. Story the end. Snow had already crusted over the ruts of the forest road by the time I pulled my truck into the turnout. The engine ticked from the cold the way metal does when it's been working against winter. The sun was already gone, leaving the sky a deep purple bruise behind the pines. It wasn't the smartest idea to head into the woods so late in the day, especially in mid-December with a storm warning rolling in, but I'd made the drive all the way to northern Idaho, and I wasn't going to waste the only weekend I could get away from work. I'd hunted this particular stretch of forest twice before, never alone and never this deep into winter. But I knew the area well enough, and I wasn't planning on going far. A few hours, maybe track a whitetail, maybe just sit in the blind I'd cobbled together last year. Mostly, I wanted quiet. A break from emails and phones and everything that came with the job. Out here, it was just the cold and the trees and the steady pulse of your own breath. I slung my pack over one shoulder, rifle over the other, and started up the narrow trail marked only by my memory and a faint depression under the snow. The air tasted metallic, the kind of cold that feels like it's tightening around your bones. About 20 minutes in, I reached the blind. It was little more than a few logs and branches leaned together in a crude shelter, but it kept wind off and gave a clear view of the clearing below where deer crossed toward the creek. The moon was coming up, full and bright behind drifting clouds. I settled in, brushed snow off my shoulder, and sat. For a while, it was peaceful, just the creak of the trees and the occasional distant crack of ice shifting on the creek. I watched frost gather on my breath, catching moonlight. There were no deer, but I didn't mind. I wasn't there for the meat. Not tonight. But then I heard something. Not the snap of a twig or the shuffle of an animal. This sound was slower, a dragging noise. Soft but deliberate. It came from somewhere behind the blind, up on the hill where the trees thickened. I sat still, listening. Sometimes a bear will drag its paws through deep snow like that, but bears should have been denning by now. And besides, the sound didn't seem heavy enough. The noise stopped. Then came again, closer. I thumbed the safety on my rifle. Didn't raise it, just rested it across my knees. I leaned forward and peered through the gaps in the blind toward the tree line. Nothing moved. The dragging faded away entirely, swallowed by the forest. 5 minutes passed. 10. The wind picked up, and with it came a strange sour scent, like wet fur left out too long. Not strong, but enough to wrinkle my nose. I told myself it was probably a coyote or maybe an elk with an injury. Animals behave strangely in deep winter. Hunger makes them bold. I stayed until the last bit of moonlight slipped behind clouds and the sky darkened to ink. That was my sign to head back. Storm or not, I wanted to get out before real snow started. I stood, stretched stiff limbs, and stepped out of the blind. That's when I saw the tracks. They weren't there when I'd arrived. No way I could have missed them. They were large, maybe the size of my open hand, but deformed, as though whatever made them wasn't walking cleanly. A long scuff line trailed behind each one, as if something was being dragged along with the steps. The tracks came from the direction of the hill, and they stopped right behind my blind. I crouched. No hoof prints, no paw shape I recognized. Just a vague, distorted depression in the snow and that dragging line, deep enough to show whatever it was weighed more than a man. Something had stood behind me, quietly, while I sat inside, unaware. My mouth felt dry, like the cold air was sucking all moisture right out of me. I turned to head down the trail. The wind cut across the clearing, and I heard it again. The dragging. Not far, maybe 50 feet behind me. I didn't look back. Looking back felt dangerous, like it would break a thin thread of safety I didn't understand. I just tightened my grip on the rifle and walked faster. The dragging came again, closer. I broke into a stride despite the uneven snow. The trail twisted between black pillars of pines. I kept my head forward, breath sharp in my throat. Then it stopped. Complete silence pressed around me. Not even wind. That's what made me finally turn. At first I didn't see anything, just darkness between the trees. Then something shifted. A shape stood halfway down the trail, obscured by branches. Tall, too tall. I blinked hard, trying to make sense of it. One moment, it looked like a man standing upright. The next, like some animal hunched on four legs. Its outline seemed to lean forward unnaturally, as though its spine bent wrong inside its body. I raised my rifle. I didn't aim, not really. I just pointed it. The shape didn't move. Then it stepped forward. The sound was unmistakable. A dragging weight pulled through snow. I backed away, boots slipping. The thing stepped forward again, and I caught the glint of something pale, skin, fur, ice, in what little moonlight slipped through the clouds. I fired. The blast echoed like a thunderclap through the trees. For a heartbeat, I saw the muzzle flash illuminate the shape, not clearly, just enough to know it wasn't a deer or bear or anything I'd ever seen in my life. Its limbs were wrong, elbows bent backwards, and its face, I didn't let myself see more. I ran. Branches whipped at my coat. Snow carried my footsteps like muffled thunder. I kept my eyes on the faint depression of the trail ahead. My lungs burned with the icy air. I didn't dare look back. Then ahead of me on the trail, I saw something that made my stomach drop. Footprints, fresh ones, not mine. They led down the trail toward my truck, as though something had walked ahead of me, or around me, or my thoughts spiraled. No way had it moved that fast. No way. I slowed only because my legs were shaking too hard to keep sprinting. I raised the rifle again, scanning the trees on both sides. Frost crackled under my boots as I took cautious steps forward. The footprints continued down the path, perfectly spaced, each with that strange drag line. I followed because there was nowhere else to go. The woods were too dense to cut through in the dark. The wind pushed through the branches again, carrying that sour smell stronger than before. It made bile rise in my throat. I forced myself onward. Finally, after what felt like hours, but was probably 10 minutes, I saw the faint metallic gleam of my truck through the trees. Relief washed through me so hard I almost sagged. Then I realized why it was gleaming. Snow around it had been brushed aside, cleared, as if something had walked circles around the truck, pressing tracks deeply into the powder. Tracks I recognized. I lifted the rifle, heart hammering. My breath clouded into the air in ragged plumes. The clearing was silent. No dragging noise, no movement. I reached the truck slowly, eyes scanning every direction. I yanked the door open, threw my pack inside, and climbed in. The second I slammed the door shut and locked it, a sudden, deafening crack split the air. Not a gunshot, not a branch. Something slapped the back of the truck so hard the entire bed shuddered. The truck rocked a full inch sideways. I screamed and twisted toward the rear window, but it was pitch black. My shaking fingers fumbled with the keys until I jammed them into the ignition. The engine struggled, cold, lethargic, then roared to life. Another hit. Harder. The glass vibrated behind me. I floored the accelerator. The truck lurched through the snow, tires slipping before they caught traction. I didn't look back, not even once. I just pressed the pedal to the floor and let the truck fishtail its way down the road, the woods thinning behind me in the rearview mirror. It wasn't until I hit the highway, tires humming on asphalt, that I realized how violently I was shaking. My knuckles were bone white around the wheel. I didn't stop until I reached the motel 20 miles south. The clerk took one look at my face and didn't ask questions. I collapsed onto the bed, fully clothed, and didn't sleep, just stared at the ceiling until the sun finally rose. In the morning, I went out to check the truck. There were marks on the back left panel. Deep, gouging marks. 4 long rakes through the metal, each the width of a finger. Only they weren't spaced like human fingers. They were farther apart, much farther. I reported it to Fish and Game. They said maybe it was a black bear, maybe a cougar. Hard to tell, they said, because the scratches were unusually long. They asked if I was alone, if maybe I'd exaggerated what I heard. Long weekend, winter stress, the isolation of the woods. It can play tricks on you, they reminded me. But I know what I saw, or almost saw. And I know what I heard. Especially last night after I drove home to Spokane. I parked the truck on my street under the dim yellow glow of the street lamp. The storm that had been threatening all weekend finally hit, dumping inches of fresh snow across the neighborhood. Around midnight, I got up and looked out my front window. There were tracks in the snow beside the truck, the same size as the ones in the forest, the same dragged line behind each step. They circled the truck once, then led down the street, then disappeared. The sour smell was faint through the window glass, but it was there. I haven't slept since. I don't plan on hunting alone again. Maybe I won't hunt again at all. Somewhere out in those woods, something walks on limbs that bend wrong, dragging something heavy behind it as it moves. And it followed me, at least for a while. And today, on the hood of my truck, I found something else. A small clump of snow. Perfectly shaped like a handprint, not a human one. I brushed it off before anyone else could see, but I didn't miss the faint gouges along the hood's edge, too shallow for an animal, too deliberate. I'm scared to look outside again tonight, but I keep hearing it. Faint. Slow, dragging, somewhere out on the street, coming closer. Story the end. The snow had come down hard all afternoon, packing itself into the tight spaces between pines and spreading across the ridge like a thick white pelt. By the time I parked my old Chevy near the forestry gate, the light had already taken on that bluish tint that meant night was closing in faster than it should. My uncle always said winter nights in northern Idaho stole time the way a thief stole wallets, quietly, without warning, and without giving anything back. I'd come out because it was the last weekend before the season closed, and I'd worked too many overtime shifts at the mill to get out any earlier. My freezer was damn near empty, and a solid buck would take the pressure off for months. I told myself I didn't mind being alone out there. I'd hunted alone before, plenty of times. But that night carried something different in its air, something sharp, cold, and watchful. The wind had the kind of bite that sneaks through the smallest gaps in your coat, even when you swear everything is zipped and cinched tight. I pulled my orange beanie down over my ears and slung my rifle across my shoulder. The world was quiet except for the crunch of snow under my boots. No birds, no scurrying of small animals, just the faint creak of tree limbs bending under the weight of the storm that had passed. The trail I took wasn't a trail, not really, just an old logging road from the 70s that had been mostly reclaimed by brush. In summer, it was muddy and overgrown. In winter, it felt like walking through a white tunnel with branches clawing at your sleeves. My breath fogged in front of me, drifting like smoke from a dying fire. I could smell pine sap, cold iron, and that strange faint sweetness snow has when the temperature drops below 10 degrees. As I got deeper into the woods, I spotted tracks, fresh ones, cutting across the road and leading downhill toward the frozen creek. They were clean, sharp, unsoftened by wind. A buck, big one too. The kind of tracks that made the long drive and the late hour worth it. I knelt to examine the print, brushing aside the loose powder with my glove. That's when I heard it. A crack, not loud but sharp enough to feel wrong. Too heavy to be a rabbit, too deliberate to be a falling branch. I stood up slowly, scanning the dark trees. Nothing moved. But the sound settled in the back of my spine like a cold finger tracing it. I checked my watch. A little after 5, but the sun was already gone. The sky was a flat, starless gray. I clicked on the small red light attached to my jacket, keeping the beam low so it wouldn't spook anything. The buck's tracks led downhill. I followed. The deeper I went, the more the silence pressed in. Snow muffles sound, sure, but this felt like the woods were holding their breath. Even my heartbeat sounded too loud. When I reached the creek, the world opened up a bit. The ice stretched wide and smooth, cracked in places where the water below still moved. The tracks cut straight across, continuing into the trees on the other side. I stepped lightly, testing each footfall. The ice groaned, low and pained, but held. Halfway across, I saw something on the far bank, something dark against the snow. I froze, gripping my rifle. For a second, I thought it was the buck, but the shape was wrong, too tall, too still. Then it moved. Not the slow, cautious movement of an animal. This was a sudden, jerking shift, like whatever it was had realized it was being watched and slipped behind a tree. My pulse thudded hard in my ears. Every instinct told me to turn back, but the tracks, the clean tracks, kept going right toward where that thing had been. And I couldn't shake the idea that maybe, just maybe, it was another hunter out late trying to get that last weekend in. "Hello," I called out, my voice strange in the frozen air. No answer. I reached the far bank, boots sinking slightly into the snow. I listened, straining for any hint of movement. Nothing. I moved forward, slow as I could, rifle ready but pointed down. The pines closed in again, thick enough that the darkness came early. The red light on my jacket didn't reach far. The buck tracks grew erratic up ahead, crisscrossing and doubling back. I frowned, kneeling again. It didn't make sense. A startled animal might run, sure, but this pattern looked confused. Panicked. Another crack, this one behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly slipped. Again, nothing. Just trees and snow and shadows that stretched too long in the dim light. "Anyone out there?" I tried again. Silence. I swallowed hard and pushed deeper. The temperature felt like it dropped another 10 degrees, cold enough that my eyelashes began to frost. My breath stung going in and out. Then I smelled it. Not pine, not cold air, rot. Faint at first, just a sourness circling the wind, then stronger, the kind of smell that hits the back of your throat and sticks there. Something was dead nearby. I followed the stench, stepping into a small clearing. The snow here was disturbed, kicked up, scattered in wide arcs, blood dotted the ground, frozen dark. Not much, but enough to show something had struggled. At the center of the clearing lay the buck, or what was left of it. The entire back half had been torn open, clean, deep, and wide. Not like a wolf or a mountain lion. Their kills are messy, sure, but they eat what they kill. This looked like something had opened the deer and then left it. The ribs were exposed, snapped, looked shredded, and the head, God, the head had been twisted almost completely around. I took a step back, bile rising. That's when footsteps crunched behind me. Slow, heavy. Not the careful steps of a hunter trying not to spook anything. Not the light scamper of an animal. Human steps. I whipped around, heart slamming in my throat. A figure stood just beyond the edge of the clearing. Tall, too tall. Wearing something dark and bulky, blending into the trees. Couldn't see the face, only the outline. Motionless. "Hey!" I called, louder than I meant to. "What the hell are you doing out here?" No answer. "Did you do this?" I gestured wildly at the mangled buck, though my hands were shaking. The figure tilted its head, not to the side, back. A slow, unnatural motion, like its neck didn't have the right joints. My breath hitched. "Listen," I said, my voice cracking. "If you need help or something." The figure moved, not toward me, around me. Fast, circling the clearing with long strides that didn't make the right amount of sound. I spun, trying to keep it in sight, but the trees swallowed it between each glimpse. I raised my rifle, but my hands were shaking too badly. Then everything went quiet. Too quiet. Even the wind stopped. I backed up toward a tree, bracing myself. My boots slid in the loose snow. My breath puffed out in frantic clouds. A whisper broke the silence. Not a voice. A sound like air being sucked in through teeth. Right behind me. I spun and fired. The recoil jolted up my arms and echoed through the trees. Snow rained down from branches above. My ears rang, but nothing fell. Nothing ran. The clearing was empty. The figure was gone. The only sound was my ragged breathing and the dull ringing in my ears. Panic surged through me. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a fallen branch. I needed to get out of the woods, needed to get back to the creek, to the truck, to anywhere that wasn't this frozen nightmare. I turned and ran. Branches whipped my face. Snow slushed into my boots. The darkness closed in thicker than before. Every few strides I thought I heard footsteps behind me, matching my pace, then falling silent when I slowed. The creek finally appeared, a pale ribbon cutting through the dark. My legs burned as I sprinted toward it. The ice looked darker now, like the water below had risen. I didn't care. I stepped onto it, moving carefully but quickly. Halfway across, the ice groaned, then cracked. A long, splintering crack that shot outward like lightning. I froze. The sound behind me returned, heavy steps closing fast. No choice. I lunged forward. The ice split under my back foot, plunging it into freezing water. Pain like electricity shot up my leg. I scrambled, clawing onto the far bank, dragging myself onto solid snow. Behind me, the steps stopped at the edge of the creek. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see it. I ran until the red light on my jacket burned out. Ran until my lungs felt like they'd freeze. Ran until the trees thinned and the faint beam of my truck's emergency light blinked through the storm. I threw myself into the cab, locked the doors, and sat there shaking so hard my teeth hurt. I waited, staring into the woods, expecting any second to see that tall shape standing just beyond the tree line. Nothing came out. I started the engine and didn't look back again. When I got home, my thawing boot revealed bruises around my ankle bone, dark ones in the shape of fingers. I didn't tell anyone. Didn't go back for the buck. Didn't go back for anything. And I never hunted alone again. Story the end. The cold had a way of swallowing sound out there, the kind of cold that layered itself into your bones, tightening everything inside you until even your thoughts seemed to creak. I'd been hunting in northern Wyoming since I was a teenager, but that December night was the first time I ever felt like the dark itself was watching me. Snow had been falling since late afternoon, and by dusk, the tracks I'd been following were already half filled. A buck, big, heavy, its prints deep and wide. I should have turned back when the lights started to drain out of the sky, but something about the stillness made me keep going. Like leaving the woods then would mean abandoning some obligation I didn't fully understand. My truck was a few miles behind me on a logging road, its tires half buried after the early snow. I'd planned to camp out there for the night, return in the morning, and track the buck fresh. But the idea of a clean shot before the storm worsened kept me pushing farther into the dense trees. Around 5 p.m., the sun gave up entirely. The sky dimmed into a dull, bruise-colored haze, the kind that promised more snow. I switched on my headlamp, but the beam hit the falling flakes and spread into a white wall. Every breath looked like smoke drifting into the cold air before disappearing. The forest was wrong that night. I knew those woods, knew the bends of the river, the old pines leaning like crooked fingers, the short rises where elk like to bed down. But as darkness deepened, familiar shapes felt distorted. Trees I should have recognized seemed to stand in places they shouldn't. Sounds were too soft or too sharp. Even the wind had changed, coming in short, sudden gusts instead of long sweeps. The buck tracks led me to a clearing I didn't remember. It was small, ringed with tightly packed spruce trees that their branches drooping under the heavy snow. The tracks stopped dead in the middle of it, just ended. No blood, no disturbed snow, no sign it had doubled back, as if the buck had simply lifted off the ground and vanished. I crouched down, sweeping my glove across the tracks. They looked fresh, sharp-edged, not softened the way snow tends to blur them after just a few minutes. I looked up, feeling something tighten behind my ribs. Snowflakes drifted quietly around me, barely making a sound when they landed. And then I heard breathing. Not my own, the rhythm was different. Slow inhale, slow exhale, heavy. I stood up, unshouldered my rifle, and turned toward the tree line. My light scanned across the trunks. Nothing. The breathing cut off instantly, like whoever or whatever was making it suddenly knew I'd noticed. The silence that followed was worse, a thick, expectant quiet. My boots crunched as I stepped backward, retreating toward the direction I'd come. Something shifted behind the trees, a slow crack of a branch. Then nothing. I didn't want to run. Not on uneven, snow-covered ground, not with visibility this bad. I'd be asking to break an ankle. But instinct was already chewing at the edges of my thinking, pushing me faster. I found the trail I'd been following and moved along it, trying to keep my breathing under control. My headlamp flickered once. I slapped the side of it, and it steadied. But when I raised my head again, there was a figure standing in the trees to my right. At first, I thought it was another hunter, tall, wide-shouldered, wearing something dark. But the shape was wrong, too still, too straight. And the head was tilted at an angle no human neck could comfortably manage, as if whoever it was had been listening to something on the ground. I froze. The figure didn't move, not a twitch. "Hey," I called out, though my voice cracked halfway through. "You all right?" Nothing. I blinked snow out of my eyelashes and took one step toward it. My boot sank deeper than expected. I looked down for just a second to steady myself, and when I looked back up, the figure was gone. No sound of movement, no crunching snow, just gone. The forest felt suddenly tighter. The trees seemed to lean in closer. I turned in a slow circle, rifle raised, pulse pounding in my ears. There were no new tracks in the fresh snow. Nothing showing where the figure had stood or where it had gone. Only untouched white. I pushed on, faster this time. The air seemed colder, like a pocket of deeper winter had settled around me. My breath came out harsher, burning my throat. After another half hour, I should have been back within sight of the truck's lights. But the woods kept twisting. A ridge appeared where none should be. A creek cut across my path, shallow but entirely unfamiliar. Something was very wrong. When I reached the riverbank, I bent down and scooped water into my gloved hands, just to feel something real, something that made sense. The cold bit into me sharply, grounding me for a moment. Then I heard it again, breathing. This time right behind me, I spun around. Light hit nothing but trees. Then a whisper. Not words, just a sound like someone trying to speak through a mouthful of cold air. Slid through the darkness. Low. Wet. Close. I stepped back, nearly slipping on the icy stones. My headlamp flickered again, dimming for a long second before snapping back on. The figure stood across the creek now, closer than before. Its head was still tilted unnaturally, shoulders rising and falling with slow breaths. Except I couldn't see any steam coming from its mouth. In weather this cold, you could see the breath of a corpse. I didn't raise my rifle. Something deep inside me told me it wouldn't matter. "You need help?" I tried again, though it felt like lying. No one who needed help stood like that. The figure straightened its neck in one grotesque motion, a sharp twist like the sound of ice cracking on a pond. The head rolled slightly on the shoulders before settling into place. Then it took one step forward. No tracks formed under its feet. My stomach dropped. Panic finally surged past caution. I bolted. Branches whipped at my face as I tore through the trees, no longer caring about steady footing. My thighs burned. My lungs screamed. Snow sank over my boots as I slipped and struggled through drifts. I could hear something behind me, but it wasn't footsteps. It was the sound of weight pushing air aside, a pressure moving in the dark. After several minutes of running, I stumbled into another clearing. This one I recognized the broken fence from a long-abandoned property. I was close to the road, close to the truck. I turned toward the trailhead, gasping. The figure was already there, closer than ever. It didn't walk. It didn't glide. It was just there, as if the space around it bent and placed it wherever it wanted to be. My legs nearly gave out. The thing slowly lifted one hand. The arm didn't bend naturally. The elbow seemed too high, the forearm too long. It stretched the limb out toward me, palm open, fingers spread wider than human fingers should. A sound rose from it. A broken inhale. A wheeze, like it was trying to drag breath into lungs that hadn't worked in years. I forced myself backward, slipping on the ice until my shoulder slammed into the fence post. Pain shot down my arm, clearing my head for a split second. My truck. I needed to reach my truck. I didn't look back at the figure again. I ran with everything left in me. I heard nothing behind me. No chase. No breathing. Just my own boots thudding through the snow, the pounding of blood in my skull. I reached the logging road. The truck's silhouette glowed faintly through the snowfall. Relief flooded me so fast I nearly sobbed. I yanked the door open, scrambled inside, and slammed the lock. My hands shook so badly I struggled with the keys. When the engine finally turned over, I nearly screamed from the release of it. Headlights cut across the trees. The figure stood at the edge of the road, closer than before. No footprints in the snow around it. Its head tilted once more, slower this time, like a gesture of understanding or warning. I floored the accelerator. Snow sprayed behind the truck as I tore down the road, refusing to look in the mirrors. I didn't stop until I reached town, parking crookedly outside a gas station where warm fluorescent lights pushed the dark back enough to breathe again. I didn't return to those woods. I sold the truck a month later because I couldn't shake the image of its headlights shining on that impossible figure. Even now, years later, I avoid winter nights. The cold still carries that memory, too quiet, too watchful. And sometimes, when the wind stalls and the world goes silent, I swear I hear breathing that isn't mine. Story the end. The wind had already begun its long, needling whistle through the black branches when I pulled my truck off the forest road. The light was fading fast, the kind of winter dusk that doesn't so much sink as collapse. I cut the engine, and the quiet hit me so suddenly it felt physical, like someone pressing both palms over my ears. There was only the ticking of metal cooling and the faint hiss of wind moving across the snow. I had hunted alone plenty of times before. I grew up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, where being in the woods was as natural as being in your own living room. But this trip wasn't exactly planned. I'd had a fight with my brother earlier that day, something stupid about money and our late father's cabin. I drove out to clear my head, maybe track a deer, maybe just sit in the silence. I opened the tailgate and pulled on my insulated jacket. The cold bit instantly through the layers. Sharp, clean, and almost relieving. The air smelled like pine resin and frozen earth. I slung my rifle over my shoulder, made sure my flashlight and spare batteries were in my pack, and set out along the narrow trail leading deeper into the state forest. Snow muffles the world in a way nothing else can. Each step sank with a soft crunch, the sound swallowed by the dense trees. My breath puffed out in thick clouds. With every minute, the woods grew darker, the sky a shade of dying steel between branches. I wasn't planning to stay long, just long enough to shake off the anger twisting in my chest. By the time I reached the old logging road, the moon had risen, a thin white slash behind the clouds. The snow reflected just enough of that light to give everything a strange, washed-out glow. I stopped beside a fallen log to listen. The forest at night isn't silent. It shifts, murmurs, creaks. But that night it felt wrong. Not silent, but watching. The hairs rose on the back of my neck for no clear reason. I told myself it was the cold getting to me. About an hour in, I spotted what looked like fresh tracks, deer, moving single file toward the ridge. I knelt down, brushing snow aside. The prints were sharp-edged, very recent. I felt a flicker of purpose then, something to focus on that wasn't human frustration. I followed them up the ridge, moving quietly, breath held. Halfway up, the woods changed. It was subtle, but the air felt heavier, the temperature colder. The wind died as though choked off. I paused, shifting my rifle slightly, listening. A crack echoed behind me. Not a small crack, something heavy snapping a branch. I turned fast, but the woods behind me were empty, just skeletal trees reaching toward the sky like blackened ribs. I stood absolutely still. Another crack, this time to my left. I raised my flashlight, but the beam flickered. I smacked the side of it with my palm, and it steadied. I scanned the trees. Nothing moved. No breath, no footsteps, no sign of life. Something felt wrong with those deer tracks then. It wasn't just that they changed direction. The spacing was off. too long between prints, as though whatever made them was stepping farther than a deer normally could. I told myself I was being stupid, that I was cold and tired and irritated from the earlier fight. I kept going. When I reached the top of the ridge, a gust of wind came out of nowhere and nearly knocked me sideways. I braced myself, and as the wind roared through the treetops, a faint sound carried with it, a low, human-like moan. My blood froze. I held my breath. The wind died. The noise didn't come again. I told myself it had just been the wind shifting between trunks. But my gut disagreed. I stayed on the ridge for another 15 minutes, barely moving, watching for anything. My flashlight flickered again. I cursed softly, switched to my spare battery, and felt the first real sting of fear when I realized my hands were shaking despite the gloves. I decided to head back. The forest felt different going down, narrower, darker. The trees seemed closer, as though they'd rearranged themselves slightly in my absence. I knew that was impossible, but I couldn't shake the sensation. About halfway down the ridge, I stopped dead. The tracks I had been following were gone, not covered by snow. Gone. Erased cleanly, as if the surface had been smoothed by a giant hand. Not even the imprint of my own footprints from the climb remained. Something cold crawled up my spine. I turned in a slow circle, pointing my flashlight around me. The beam jumped and jittered across trunks, branches, snow. My breath quickened. There was a sound, soft, deliberate, like someone stepping on packed snow behind me. I spun around and saw a shape between the trees. Not clearly, just the faintest outline of something tall, unmoving, watching. The beam of my flashlight flickered directly over it for half a second. Pale. Wrongly shaped. Then it was gone, as if it had stepped behind a tree without making a sound. My heart hammered so fast it hurt. I didn't run, not yet. Running blind in the woods at night is suicide. But I moved faster, forcing myself not to lose it completely. The forest seemed to twist around me the farther I went. Landmarks I knew should have been there, the split cedar, the frozen stream, were missing. I tried to stay on what I thought was the path, but the snow was uniform, undisturbed in every direction. Then the woods went silent. Completely silent. No wind, no shifting branches, no distant animals. It was the silence of something enormous holding its breath. Another step in the snow. Closer. I didn't turn that time. I ran. Branches whipped at my face. Snow sprayed up around my boots. My legs burned, breath tearing out of my lungs. I didn't care. I just ran, driven by pure terror that crawled up from some instinct older than thought. Behind me, somewhere in the dark, something moved. I couldn't hear footsteps exactly. It was more like the absence of sound following me, a presence threading through the trees. My flashlight failed completely then. The beam died with a faint pop. I didn't stop. I ran blind, arms outstretched, feeling for obstacles. When I saw a faint glow ahead, yellowish, hazy, I thought I was hallucinating. But as I ran closer, I realized it was real. A light. A cabin window. My father's cabin. I didn't remember turning toward it. I didn't even know I'd been running in the right direction. But I didn't question it. I practically threw myself onto the porch, ripped open the door, and slammed it behind me. I shoved the bolt into place with shaking hands. And inside, the cabin was freezing, untouched since summer. My breath fogged instantly. I stumbled to the wood stove, grabbed the axe beside it, and held it in both hands. Outside, the wind picked up again. Slow footsteps crunched in the snow, circling the cabin. Deliberate, slow, thinking. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. A shadow passed across the frosted window. Tall. Too tall. The footfalls stopped just outside the door. For several minutes, there was nothing. Then the doorknob turned. Not slowly, not cautiously, but with sudden, violent force, rattling against the bolt, shaking the whole door in its frame. I raised the axe, my arms screaming from how hard I was gripping it. The door shook again. And then, silence. I waited. 1 minute, 5, 10, nothing. Hours later, though it may have been less, I finally gathered enough nerve to move. I didn't sleep. I didn't light a fire. I sat there in the cold darkness, staring at the door until gray morning finally bled through the windows. When I stepped outside, the world was quiet again. But something was wrong. There were no footprints, none approaching the cabin, none leaving it, only my own arriving, as though whatever had followed me through the woods had never touched the ground at all. I didn't hunt again that winter. I still don't talk to my brother about the fight. We settled it later, but I never told him what really happened that night. He still uses the cabin. says it's peaceful up there, quiet. Sometimes he complains that he hears strange noises at night, branches snapping, wind that doesn't sound like wind. He laughs it off. I never laugh, and I never go back. Story the end. The wind was sharp that night, slicing through the dense pines like a cold blade. Snow crunched under my boots as I trudged deeper into the forest, my rifle slung over my shoulder. It was late December, and the kind of bitter cold that seeps into your bones had settled over the woods. I had gone hunting alone before, but never this far north, never this late. The area was known for its deer population, but also for its wolves. I knew the risks, but the solitude had been calling me for weeks. By the time I reached a clearing where I planned to set up, the sun had already sunk behind the horizon. The sky was a deep indigo, and the snow glowed faintly under the pale light of a half moon. I set down my pack and took a moment to check my rifle. The familiar weight was comforting, grounding me. I thought I heard a rustle, the kind that makes your stomach tighten for no reason, but I told myself it was just a deer, or maybe a rabbit. I found a tree with a low branch to sit against, providing some shelter from the wind. I settled in, scanning the perimeter with my flashlight off to avoid spooking anything. Minutes stretched into an hour, and the forest was eerily silent. Not a bird, not a rustle, nothing except the wind and the occasional snap of ice beneath my boots from earlier. My breath came out in clouds, and I sipped from my thermos to keep warm. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate crunching, like someone was stepping carefully through the snow. I froze, listening. My heart rate spiked. The sound came from the north, around 30 yards away, but it didn't have the randomness of deer movement. It was slow, methodical. I told myself it was just another hunter, maybe lost, or maybe an animal with unusually careful steps. Still, a chill crawled up my spine. I turned my head slightly and caught movement. At first, I thought it was a shadow from the trees, but then I saw it. A figure hunched and draped in dark, wet-looking clothing, moving between the trunks. It was humanoid, but something was wrong about it. Its movements were jerky, almost unnatural, like it was staggering or limping. I fumbled for my rifle, the cold making my fingers clumsy, and aimed in its direction. The figure froze, then disappeared behind a tree. My stomach twisted. I told myself I was imagining things, that the shadows played tricks in the snow. But instinct told me otherwise. Hunters don't move like that. Deer don't move like that. Whatever it was, it knew I was there. I decided to pack up and move to a different spot, closer to the ridge where I'd seen more tracks earlier in the day. As I lifted my pack, I realized my gloves had been soaked with sweat despite the cold. Every step toward the ridge felt heavier, as if the snow itself were trying to slow me down. Then came the sound again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Closer this time. My pulse thumped in my ears. I ducked behind a tree, crouched low, trying to make myself invisible. The figure emerged into the clearing again, just 20 yards away. My flashlight illuminated it briefly. Its face, or what I assumed was a face, was obscured by a hood, but the faint glint of eyes reflecting the moonlight made my stomach turn. The thing didn't run when it saw me. It just stared, motionless, waiting. I whispered under my breath, telling myself I needed to leave, and slowly started backing away. Suddenly it lunged. Not like a human, not quite like an animal, a horrific mix of both. I fired. The shot rang through the forest and echoed off the hills. Whatever it was, it stumbled but didn't fall. I fired again. Nothing. Panic slammed into me like a freight train. I turned and ran, the snow biting my legs and half my lungs burning. The crunching followed me, never too far, never too close, but always there. I sprinted down a small slope, hoping to reach a stream I'd crossed earlier. Maybe water, maybe just familiarity would save me. My legs gave out halfway, and I fell face first into the snow. I scrambled up, heart hammering, and looked back. The figure was closer now, moving faster. Impossible fast. I realized I wasn't just being followed, I was being hunted. I hit the stream and ran along it, hoping the sound of running water would mask my steps. Branches whipped my face, and I stumbled over ice. The forest seemed endless. Every shadow was a potential death trap. I didn't dare look behind me again. My mind raced, trying to reason. Wolves? Maybe, but I had never seen one move like that. Something else, something human, yet not. Hours must have passed. The cold became unbearable. My extremities felt numb, my fingers and toes threatening to freeze. I knew I had to find shelter or I wouldn't make it to morning. I spotted an old hunting cabin partially hidden by pines, its roof sagging under the snow. Relief surged, but fear twisted it into dread. The cabin looked abandoned, maybe even decades old, but it was the only chance I had. I kicked the door open, the hinges screaming in protest, and slipped inside. Dust coated every surface, and a rancid smell of mold and decay filled my nose. I crouched by the fireplace, empty and cold, and tried to calm my shaking hands. The snowstorm outside had intensified. For a moment, silence fell. No crunching, no breathing, just the storm. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate tapping at the cabin door. Not a knock, not a tap like a human's finger, but a hollow, rhythmic pounding. My blood froze. Whoever, or whatever, was outside knew I was in there. I backed against the far wall, rifle raised, scanning the darkness through the cracked door. The tapping continued, slow and methodical. I whispered, "Go away, just go away." Minutes stretched like hours. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. And then the door creaked slowly, almost deliberately, like it was giving me time to notice. The hinges groaned as it pushed inward, and a shape slipped inside, blurred by the snow blowing through the crack. My flashlight caught it. Tall, thin, impossibly lanky, the hood falling back just enough to see dark, hollow eyes. It didn't speak. It didn't move quickly. It just stood there staring, waiting for me to make the first mistake. I fired. The sound was deafening in the cabin. Smoke and fire from the old fireplace mixed with the gunpowder, and the figure recoiled, almost human, almost alive. I ran, diving through the opposite window, snow breaking my fall. I rolled, scrambled to my feet, and didn't look back. The crunching returned immediately, closer than ever, but I pushed harder, slipping and sliding down the slope. Dawn broke over the horizon, faint and gray. Exhaustion and fear merged into a single unbearable weight. I saw the distant lights of a ranger station on the ridge. I ran toward it, knowing the creature, or whatever it was, wouldn't follow me past human territory. Behind me, the forest was silent again, the snow covering any traces of the night's horrors. I made it to the station, frostbitten, bleeding from small cuts and bruises, my rifle still clutched tightly in my hands. The rangers stared, disbelief etched across their faces, as I told them what I had seen. They offered blankets and coffee, but no one would admit they knew what I was talking about. The forest had its own secrets, and I had stumbled across one. They eventually helped me back to my truck. I didn't stop to check the tracks. I didn't stop to look behind me. I drove through the forest roads until the trees thinned and the snow turned to slush. I haven't been back since, and I don't plan to. Even now, months later, I can't shake the feeling that eyes are watching me whenever I pass a dark tree line. The thing that hunted me that night wasn't a wolf, wasn't a bear, wasn't human. It was something else, something patient, something that knew how to wait and strike with terrifying precision. And as the winter nights grow longer, I keep my doors locked, my lights on, and my rifle within reach. Because I know, somewhere out there, it's still waiting. Story the end. The cold hit me the moment I stepped out of my truck. A bitter wind sweeping through the bare trees like it was trying to push me back inside. The snow crunched under my boots as I shouldered my rifle and checked my pack. I had been hunting alone since dawn, and by now the sun was long gone, leaving only a gray twilight that struggled to pierce the dense forest. It was the kind of night that felt endless, the shadows moving in ways your eyes almost refused to trust. I told myself I was careful, experienced, and prepared. But that night, nothing would have been enough. I had parked near a ridge overlooking a small valley where the tracks of a massive buck had been etched into the fresh snow. I had been following him for hours, and my stomach twisted with that strange mix of excitement and unease that always comes when you're tracking something alone. The wind carried a faint scent. Pine, snow, and something else I couldn't place. My rational mind told me it was just the smell of damp earth or rotting leaves, but every instinct in me said it wasn't natural. I shook my head and told myself I was just getting paranoid. The woods at night always played tricks. The buck wasn't the only thing moving, though. Somewhere in the distance, a branch snapped. I froze, heart thumping against my ribs like a hammer. I had left the hunting lodge hours ago, alone because I preferred solitude. But now, that solitude felt like it had turned against me. I listened hard. The forest was alive with small movements, birds hushing, a rabbit scurrying, but something heavier had shifted, something deliberate. A figure? I couldn't see anything in the twilight, only the silhouettes of trees standing like silent sentinels. I whispered a curse under my breath and started walking, rifle ready. My boots sank slightly in the fresh snow, leaving a trail behind me. I reached the edge of the valley, where the tracks were fresh and deep. The buck had come this way, then veered off into a thick copse of evergreens. I crouched, sliding behind a low ridge, trying to spot him through the branches. That's when I heard it again. The snapping of branches closer this time, then the faintest crunch of snow under heavy footsteps. My pulse jumped. Whoever or whatever it was, they were moving in my direction, and not like an animal. The rhythm was too deliberate, too human. I whispered into the cold night, "Who's there?" My voice sounded small and foolish in the vast emptiness. The only answer was silence, then a low, guttural growl, half animal, half something else. I froze, realizing that the sounds weren't coming from the woods far ahead. They were surrounding me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but the snow made it hard, each step slow, treacherous. The rifle felt heavier than ever in my hands. I tried to convince myself it was just a coyote, maybe a wolf or a stray dog. I had grown up in the woods. I knew animal sounds, but this wasn't a sound I recognized. It was too deliberate, almost like it knew I was there. I glanced over my shoulder. The trees looked darker, the shadows stretching, twisting. Something moved between the trunks, too fast, too fluid. I could barely see it, only a fleeting silhouette. A man? Or worse, my throat went dry. I forced myself to calm down, to think rationally. Take the shot if it comes closer. Stay silent, stay hidden. I backtracked slowly, trying to put the ridge between me and the sound. Snow fell softly, muffling my footsteps, but not enough. Another branch snapped. I spun around, rifle raised, and for a brief second I saw it. A tall figure, hunched slightly, moving with unnatural speed, shadow blending into shadow. Its face, I can't describe its face. There was nothing human about it. The darkness seemed to cling to it, and yet it moved with the certainty of a predator that had been hunting longer than time itself. My stomach dropped. My rational mind screamed at me that I was hallucinating, that the cold and isolation were twisting my senses. But every hair on my body told me this was real. I started running, snow sliding underfoot, rifle bouncing against my shoulder. I didn't care about the buck anymore, or the carefully mapped tracks. I just wanted out of those woods alive. But the figure was fast, following, its movements almost soundless. The growls and whispers echoed around me, impossible to locate. I stumbled over a hidden root and fell hard, snow seeping into my jacket. Pain shot up my shoulder, but I scrambled up, dragging myself along. My breath came in ragged gasps, freezing instantly in the air. I could hear it now, moving through the trees above me, circling. I stumbled into a small clearing, moonlight barely piercing the gray clouds. My eyes darted, looking for any escape. The figure stepped into the pale light just for a moment. It was humanoid, yes, but twisted, limbs too long, movements wrong, jerking at odd angles. Its eyes, or what I think were its eyes, glowed faintly, like embers. I froze. A primal fear that wasn't learned, wasn't rational, swept over me. This was something older than the woods, older than me. It advanced, silent except for the crunch of snow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. My finger tightened on the trigger, but my hands were shaking violently. I whispered a prayer, aiming for the center of its mass. I squeezed. The rifle barked, the report echoing off the surrounding trees. The figure faltered, almost laughing, or maybe it was just the sound the wind made. It recoiled, but not in pain, not even flinching. And then it disappeared, vanishing into the shadows like it had never been there. I sat there, chest heaving, rifle clutched like a lifeline. The cold had turned brutal, my limbs numb. I couldn't tell if I had imagined it or if it was real. I didn't dare move for what felt like hours, listening to the forest, every snap of a twig making me jump. Finally, I forced myself to crawl back toward my truck, knowing that the roads were miles away, and I was alone, in the middle of nowhere, in a night that seemed endless. The trek back was hell. My jacket was soaked through with snow and sweat, my boots frozen. The woods seemed to close in, shadows longer, more menacing. Every rustle was that figure. Every distant howl was a warning. At one point, I thought I saw it again, standing at the edge of the trail just beyond the trees. I stopped dead, holding my breath, heart slamming, but when I blinked, it was gone. Only snow and darkness remained. I reached my truck just as the moon broke through the clouds. I fumbled with the keys, hands numb, trying to start the engine. It roared to life, and I slammed it into drive, tires spinning on ice. As I looked in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw it for the last time. A shadow on the ridge, watching, waiting. But it didn't move. And then I was out of the forest, headlights cutting through the darkness, and the woods fell silent behind me. I never went back to that part of the mountains again. People asked me if I saw a bear, a hunter, a coyote. I said yes, all of it, just to make it sound believable. But I know what I saw, and I know it was waiting, and it was patient. The memory of those eyes, the soundless steps, and the way it disappeared into the night has haunted me every winter since. I've hunted in cold nights before and after, but never alone again. Some nights, I still dream about that shadow moving just out of reach, circling me, always patient. Even now, years later, the memory is sharp. The wind through the trees, the snow underfoot, the impossibly dark figure, it's all there, waiting for the next hunter, brave or foolish enough to wander alone into its domain. The woods are not forgiving. They never have been. And some things in the forest are older, smarter, and hungrier than any man could ever imagine. Story, the end. The first thing I remember about that night is the cold. The kind that doesn't just bite, but settles deep, like it wants to take root under your skin. The kind of cold that makes every breath feel like you're swallowing glass. I'd been hunting in the Montana backcountry for years, but that winter night was the quietest I'd ever heard the woods. A stillness so absolute it felt wrong. Even the snow seemed to fall without sound, drifting down in thick flakes that swallowed my tracks as fast as I made them. I'd gone out alone dozens of times, confident in the land I'd grown up exploring, but I'd never gone quite this deep into the timber. I wasn't planning on staying long, just scouting for sign. A week earlier, there had been reports of a massive buck crossing near Carter Ridge, and though most hunters dismissed it as a tall tale, the tracks I found along the creek told me otherwise. That's what pulled me farther in, farther than I'd planned, chasing something that didn't want to be found. By dusk, the sky had darkened into a heavy slate color, and the first hints of night crept between the pines. I knew I needed to turn back, but the sound of something moving ahead, slow, heavy, made me freeze. A buck that size could easily outweigh me. If I could just get a glimpse, maybe grab a shot before full darkness set in. But when I stepped forward and lifted my headlamp, the shape I'd expected wasn't there. Instead, there were footprints, huge ones, right in the fresh snow. At first, I thought they were from a bear, but the shape wasn't right. Too long, too narrow, and whatever made them walked upright. I remember how quiet my heartbeat felt right then, like even it didn't want to make noise. I crouched and brushed a glove over the nearest print. Meltwater pooled in the bottom, still warm from body heat. That meant the thing, whatever it was, had passed through less than a minute earlier. I stood slowly, every nerve on alert. My instinct said, leave now. My pride said, stay. The instinct won. I turned back the way I came, but the snowfall had thickened, and in the growing dark, the trees seemed unfamiliar, arranged in ways I didn't recognize. I wasn't worried yet. My GPS was clipped to my vest. But when I turned it on, the screen flickered once, twice, then went dead. I tapped it, shook it, cursed it under my breath, but the screen stayed black. That was the first moment I felt real fear. I forced myself to breathe steady and headed south, the direction I knew the truck was parked. But after 20 minutes of walking, I found something that made my stomach drop. My own boot prints. Not fresh ones, older, maybe an hour old. But mine, unmistakably. I'd walked in a circle. That only happens when you panic. I hadn't thought I was panicking, but apparently my body knew better. I took a minute to rest against a tree, listening to the woods. The silence was too complete, like the forest was holding its breath. Even the wind had died. The snow fell straight down in thick, lazy sheets, making the beam of my headlamp look like it was underwater. I don't know how long I stood there before I heard it. A crunch behind me, not loud, not close, but deliberate. I turned, sweeping my light along the line of trees. Nothing moved. Hello? I called, feeling stupid the second the word left my mouth. Sound carried strangely in the thick snowfall, muting before it traveled far. Another crunch. Closer. This time I didn't speak. I just kept my light steady and reached for my rifle. My gloves fumbled on the cold metal, breath fogging the air into a thick, white halo. My heart was pounding too loud now, drowning out everything else. When the sound came again, it came from behind a fallen spruce. Something shifted, something tall. The hairs on the back of my neck lifted. I raised the rifle, steady as I could manage, and stepped back. My heel hit something, another fallen branch, and snapped it clean in half. The sound echoed like a gunshot. Whatever was behind that log stood up, at least 8 feet, maybe more. I didn't see a face, just a tall, narrow silhouette, darker than the trees, impossibly still. Bear? I whispered to myself, though every part of me knew it wasn't. Bears don't stand like that. I blinked just once, the smallest flicker of movement, and the thing vanished. Just gone. I swung the light, breath tearing out of me in short bursts, but the beam caught nothing but snow. No tracks, no shape, no movement. That was the moment the night stopped feeling like nature and started feeling like something else entirely. I decided to move. Fast. I didn't care what direction as long as it was away. Branches whipped my jacket as I scrambled through brush, tripping over roots buried under snow. My headlamp bounced wildly, casting chaotic shadows that made the trees look like they were leaning toward me. The cold bit through my clothes and my lungs burned from the freezing air, but I didn't stop until I reached a clearing. And that's when I saw the cabin. I'd never seen it before, despite knowing this forest better than my own backyard. It was small, leaning to one side, half buried under snow. No lights, no smoke, no sign of life, but it was shelter. I hesitated only a second before pushing the door. It creaked open, the sound too loud in the suffocating silence. The inside smelled of wood rot and mold, and the floor sagged under my boots. But it was 4 walls and a roof, and right then that was enough. I closed the door behind me and slid the rusted bolt across. My headlamp illuminated a single room, an old cot, a table, a rusted stove, and a window with a cracked pane letting in a thin draft. No footprints inside, no sign of recent use. I sat on the cot, catching my breath, telling myself I'd wait out the storm and leave at first light. That's when something tapped on the window. Just once. Tap. I froze. The draft blowing in through the crack fluttered the old curtain, but the tap had been sharp, intentional. I turned my light toward the window. Snow plastered the outside, and for a moment, I saw nothing but the swirling white. Then a shape leaned across the glass. Not a face, not exactly. More like the suggestion of one pressed so close to the pane that the frost around it melted in a circle. Tall, narrow, wrong. My breath hitched. The thing didn't move, didn't blink, just stayed there like it was watching me breathe. I lifted my rifle, but when I did, the shape slid away from the window so smoothly it didn't seem to step. It seemed to glide. I scrambled backward, knocking into the cot hard enough to rattle it. My headlamp flickered, dimmed, and steadied again. Something brushed the outside wall. Slow, dragging, circling. I held my breath, listening as the sound moved around the cabin. Once, twice, each time slower, like it was feeling out the walls, testing them. When it reached the door, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. Absolute. Waiting. Then the door handle began to turn. My stomach dropped. I'd bolted it, thank God, but the handle twisted anyway, slow but steady, metal grinding under strain. It shook once, twice, then went still. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the door bowed inward as something pushed against it. I threw my weight against the other side, bracing it with my shoulder. Whatever was outside didn't grunt or snarl. It didn't make any sound at all. That silence was somehow the worst part. The bolt held, but only barely, the wood groaning under the pressure. After what felt like minutes, but was probably seconds, the pressure stopped. The night went quiet again. I didn't move from that door for nearly half an hour, afraid that if I shifted my weight even once, something would slip in through the crack. Eventually, the cold forced me back toward the cot. My hands were numb, my feet aching. I sat there, rifle across my lap, headlamp aimed at the door. Sometime in the early hours, exhaustion dragged me into an uneasy sleep. When I woke, it was to absolute silence, and the realization that my headlamp had died sometime in the night. I sat in darkness so complete it felt like a weight. I could hear my own breathing, too loud in the cramped space. And then I heard something else. Inside the cabin, a soft shift of weight, floorboards creaking. I gripped my rifle, trying not to breathe. The sound came from the far corner, just beyond where the weak dawn light filtered through the frosted window. I squinted, trying to make out shapes. Something stood there, tall, narrow, watching. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved. Then the first ray of sunlight cut across the room, and the corner was empty. Not empty, though. Tracks. Huge footprints melted into the wood, frost still steaming at their edges. I didn't think. I didn't gather anything. I didn't even look back at the cabin. I ran. I ran until the trees thinned, until the snow lightened, until the distant glint of metal appeared through the trees. My truck. When I reached it, my hands were shaking so hard I barely got the keys into the ignition. The engine finally roared to life, and I tore down the mountain road without once looking in the rearview mirror. I never went back to that ridge. Never hunted alone again after dark. I still don't know what I saw that night, or what followed me, or how long it stood in that corner while I slept. Sometimes, though, especially in winter, I still hear that sound in my dreams. That soft dragging circle around a cabin. That slow, deliberate turning of a doorknob. And it always stops right at the moment when the light comes in, as if daylight is the only thing that sends it back into the trees. Story, the end. The wind cut through the pines like a jagged blade as I trudged deeper into the Montana wilderness. It was late November, and the first heavy snow had settled into a thick, crunchy layer across the ground. My truck was parked half a mile back on a logging road, the engine still warm from the drive, and my pack weighed more than I liked, stuffed with rifle, ammo, survival kit, and a thermos of black coffee that had already cooled. I had planned this trip for weeks, my first solo deer hunt of the season, and I felt a strange mix of excitement and anxiety. The isolation was supposed to be a thrill, but as the shadows lengthened, an unshakable tension began to crawl along my spine. I moved carefully, boots crunching through snow, eyes scanning the dark shapes of trees, and ears straining against the faint rustle of wildlife. The forest had a deceptive quietness. Only the wind through the branches reminded me that I was not entirely alone. The first hour passed with nothing but the occasional rabbit fleeing into brush. I kept telling myself this was normal, the wilderness teaching patience. But as twilight bled into darkness, the forest seemed to change. Sounds became sharper, branches snapping where no animal should tread, the wind whispering through the pines like low, urgent voices. I paused to check my map and noticed the temperature dropping faster than I anticipated. My breath came out in clouds and my fingers were numb despite gloves. That's when I heard it, a low, deliberate crunch of snow behind me. I froze, straining to listen. The sound stopped as soon as I did, leaving me with nothing but my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Thinking it was probably a deer or some other animal, I gripped my rifle tighter and moved slowly, left making noise to assert my presence. But the feeling of being watched intensified with every step. About 30 minutes later, I stumbled onto a small clearing and spotted tracks in the fresh snow. Initially, I thought they were deer, but something felt wrong. The prints were human-sized but didn't resemble any boots I recognized. Too long, narrow, and oddly spaced, almost as if the feet were sliding. A shiver ran down my spine. I debated turning back, but pride and stubbornness pushed me onward. If I was going to bag a deer tonight, I couldn't chicken out now. I found a spot near a ridge that gave a good view of a valley below. Settling in, I tried to ignore the oppressive silence. Hours passed. The forest around me shifting in shadow, each gust of wind sounding like movement, twigs snapping, branches creaking. Then I heard it again, a faint whisper, carried by the wind, almost too soft to understand. I told myself it was the wind itself, or maybe a distant hiker, but the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. The whisper repeated indistinct syllables that seemed almost human, like someone or something was trying to communicate. Suddenly, a deer appeared at the edge of the clearing. Relief washed over me. I raised my rifle, took careful aim, and fired. The shot echoed like a gunshot in a canyon, startling the deer into a sudden sprint. It stumbled once, then vanished into the shadows. I knew it wasn't a clean kill, but I didn't have time to think. The wind carried another sound, closer this time, a crunch behind me that wasn't a deer. My heart rate spiked. I spun around, rifle raised, and caught a glimpse of something slipping between the trees. At first, it looked like a man, tall and hunched, moving with unnatural stealth. My rational mind screamed that it couldn't be human, that no one would be out here at this hour, right in this cold and moving like that. I shouted, my voice cracking, demanding whoever or whatever it was to identify itself. There was no response, only silence, except for the wind and the faint whispering, now eerily close. I backed away slowly, keeping the rifle aimed at the shadowy figure. That's when I noticed something impossible. There were more of them. Shadows, tall, thin shapes, sliding between the trees in unnatural motions. Their movements didn't match normal human walking. It was more like they were gliding. Panic surged, and I realized I had no choice but to retreat. My map and sense of direction failed me as I ran blindly through the snow, branches slapping my face and tearing at my jacket. After what felt like an eternity, I found a small frozen stream and followed it, hoping it would lead to a familiar landmark. But the forest seemed to shift around me as if it were alive. The whispers followed, now forming words I couldn't comprehend, chanting in the wind. My breaths came out ragged, steam freezing on my face. Then something brushed past me in the darkness, a sensation of being surrounded. I dropped my rifle in terror, and it hit the snow with a deafening clang. I scrambled to retrieve it, and in that moment of fumbling, a shadow lunged at me from the tree line. I fired instinctively. The shot rang out, echoing, and the creature collapsed, or at least it seemed to. My adrenaline spiked, and I ran harder, not daring to look back. I stumbled onto a logging road as the first hints of moonlight broke through the clouds. My truck was still there, but something was off. The tracks leading to it weren't my own. Someone, or something, had been there, circling, waiting. I didn't stop to investigate. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine, praying the truck would start. The headlights cut through the snow, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw eyes reflecting in the trees, too high for a deer, too still for a person. I floored the gas, tires spinning on ice, and didn't look back until I hit the main highway. At home, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was wolves, maybe some deranged person, but the way they moved, the whispering voices, the unnatural silence, it didn't fit. The deer I shot was missing when I returned the next day. No blood trail, no tracks. And those prints in the snow. Human-sized but elongated, leading back into the wilderness, as if whatever it was had watched me and let me leave. I haven't returned to that part of Montana since. Friends call me paranoid, but I know what I saw, or at least what I felt. Some nights I wake up in a cold sweat, hearing the whispering, feeling the brush of cold air like fingers across my neck. The memory of that night, the crushing isolation, the unnatural movement in the darkness, remains sharper than any hunting thrill I've ever experienced. Every winter since, when snow falls and the woods are silent, I remember those shadows gliding between the pines, the whispers threading through the wind. I don't hunt alone anymore. I don't even step far from the road, because I know that out there, in the dead of winter night, something watches, and it remembers. Story, the end. The wind cut across the clearing like a knife, the kind that makes the exposed skin on your face sting and your lungs ache with every breath. I had been hunting alone in northern Minnesota, somewhere deep enough into the forest that cell service was a vague rumor and roads were a memory. Snow had begun falling an hour before sunset, turning the world into a blur of white. My target had been a deer, a decent buck, I hoped, but the woods were quiet in a way that gnawed at the edges of my mind. I'd parked my old pickup at the trailhead hours earlier, leaving the heater on just long enough to thaw the chill out of my bones. I was bundled in layers, camo jacket over hoodie, wool socks tucked into my boots. I had told my friend Mike I'd be back before dark, but now, watching the dim light fade and hearing nothing but the whisper of wind through the pines, I wasn't so sure I would. I kept telling myself the silence was normal, that animals hid when the wind changed and snow fell. Yet something about it felt wrong. The snow began to stick to the ground, muffling the sound of my steps as I moved through the trees. I had set up near a ridge where I thought deer might pass, hoping the elevated view would give me the edge. I crouched behind a fallen log, rifle resting on my knees, scanning the forest. My breath fogged up the scope, and I cursed under my breath, wiping it with the sleeve of my jacket. Then I heard it. A soft crack, like a branch under weight, off to my left. I froze, straining my ears. The sound repeated, slow and deliberate, not like an animal, not like deer. Something, or someone, was moving through the woods. I whispered into the empty air, "Hello," but there was no answer, just the wind. My fingers tightened on the rifle. I told myself it was probably another hunter, maybe lost or out after dark, though why anyone would be out hunting alone this late in a snowstorm made no sense. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every rustle of branches, every snap of twig underfoot made my heart jump. I checked my watch, 20 minutes past sunset, and realized the forest had grown darker, more oppressive. Shadows stretched like fingers between the trees. A few minutes passed, and then I saw it. A figure, barely visible, moving between the pines. At first, I thought it was a hunter, bundled like me, but as it stepped closer, I realized it wasn't walking right. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, almost deliberate. I ducked lower behind the log, telling myself to stay calm. I whispered again, "Hey, you lost?" Nothing. The figure stopped, then slowly turned toward me, and my stomach dropped. I couldn't see a face, only the outline of a tall, gaunt frame against the snow. My mind screamed to run, but instinct rooted me to the spot. The figure started moving again, deliberately, with slow, measured steps that crunched over the snow in a rhythm that sounded like a drum beat against my skull. I stayed as still as I could, watching it disappear behind a thick stand of trees. I debated following it, thinking maybe it was just another hunter, but a deep unease twisted my gut. Something told me that if I left the ridge, I might never find my way back. Instead, I stayed put, whispering my prayers to the empty forest. Night fell fully, and the snowstorm worsened. I could barely see 10 feet in front of me, and the world had become a disorienting blur of white and black. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural growl, not like a wolf, not like anything I recognized. It came from directly behind me, a wet, rattling sound that made the hair on my neck stand on end. I turned slowly, rifle up, scanning the darkness, but saw nothing. The growl grew louder, closer, circling me. I fired a warning shot into the air, the echo bouncing off the trees, but it didn't stop. If anything, it made the sound come closer, moving in ways that defied the terrain, like it didn't have to follow the paths of the forest. I realized then that I wasn't just being watched. I was being hunted. The rational part of my brain tried to scream at me, telling me it was an animal, maybe a wolf or a bear or some drunk hunter, but the part of me that had survived alone in the woods for years knew better. This wasn't natural. Whatever it was intelligent, aware of me. I loaded my rifle with trembling hands, praying I wouldn't have to fire, but preparing to do it anyway. Every instinct told me to leave, to run, but the snow and darkness made navigation nearly impossible. Then I heard it, a voice whispering my name. Not a shout, not a yell, just a low, breathy echo. Michael. My blood ran cold. Nobody knew I was out here. Nobody should have known my name. I spun, searching for the source, but the snow swallowed everything, and the voice came again, closer, now from behind a cluster of trees. Michael? I could feel my heartbeat in my ears, deafening. I knew then that if I ran blindly, I'd get lost, maybe die in the snow before whatever this thing did to me. I had to think, had to stay alive. I remembered the ridge and that my truck was downhill from here. If I could make it back without giving away my position, maybe I could reach the warmth and safety of the cabin in the truck. I moved slowly, deliberately, listening to the crunch of snow under my boots and the eerie silence that followed each step. Then, a sudden snap of a branch to my left made me jump and spin. Nothing. But my gut told me it was following, just out of sight, letting me hear it, keeping me terrified. Hours seemed to pass in those moments, each step measured, each breath shallow. My vision blurred from cold and fear, but I kept moving. Then I saw it. A shadow at the edge of the clearing, darker than the night, moving toward me with a deliberate grace that no human could possess. I fired. I don't know if I hit it. The forest erupted with sound, howls, crashes, something moving faster than any animal should. I ran, using the trees as cover, sliding over ice and snow, my lungs burning. My rifle had jammed in the cold, and I didn't stop to fix it. I stumbled down the slope, slipping over rocks and roots, until I saw the dim glow of my truck lights. I sprinted the last 50 feet, fumbling for the keys, praying it wasn't too late. I threw the door open and dove inside, slamming it shut and locking it. My hands shook as I started the engine. The heater kicked on, blasting warmth into my freezing limbs. For a moment, I thought I was safe. Then I saw it, imprinted in the frost on my windshield, a single long finger swipe, scraping across the glass from top to bottom. I froze. Nothing else. just the finger mark, like a warning. I didn't look back. I drove straight through the night, headlights cutting through the falling snow, praying the forest didn't reach out for me. I didn't stop until I reached the main road where the snow had been plowed and the world felt normal again. My phone still had no signal, but I called Mike as soon as I could. He laughed at first, said I probably just spooked myself and imagined the shadow. I wanted to laugh too, to believe him, but deep down I knew. Whatever was out there wasn't human. It knew me. It was patient, and it was waiting. I never went hunting alone again. I still go out with friends during the day where the wind and snow don't give the forest a voice that speaks directly to fear. But sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I can still see that figure in the trees, tall and jerky, moving deliberately, whispering my name. And I know it's still out there in the woods, in the cold, waiting for someone foolish enough to wander alone. Story the end. The forest was quiet in a way that felt unnatural, even for winter. Snow covered everything in a thick, suffocating blanket, muffling sound, and the sky had already turned to the deep, empty gray of dusk. I had parked my truck at the edge of the logging road and tightened the straps on my pack, checking my rifle one more time before stepping into the forest. The plan was simple. I would hike up to a ridge where the deer had been feeding last week, set up a small blind, and wait until dark. I liked hunting alone. It gave me a kind of focus that never came with friends around. But there was a weight in the air tonight that I couldn't shake. The first part of the hike was easy, though the snow was already knee-deep in spots. My boots crunched loudly with each step, but the sound seemed swallowed instantly by the surrounding pines. I reached the ridge and set up my blind, a crude shelter I had made last year from fallen branches and a tarp. The temperature had already dropped well below zero and my breath came out in thick clouds. I settled into the blind, double-checked my rifle, and waited. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a strange, sour smell. I thought it was just the frozen earth and decaying leaves, but it made my stomach twist. I tried to focus on the clearing below, where the deer would usually cross at dusk. Nothing moved. Hours passed, and the forest darkened to a heavy black. My eyelids grew heavy, my fingers stiff, but I didn't want to leave. I had gone too far for nothing. Then I heard it, a soft scraping noise behind me. Not the sound of a branch snapping or snow crunching under a deer's hooves, but something deliberate, heavy, like something large was dragging itself across the snow. I froze, every muscle in my body tight. The sound moved closer. My heart started pounding. I strained to see through the blind, but the night had swallowed everything beyond a few yards. The sound stopped. I convinced myself it was a deer or a coyote, or maybe just the wind. But instinct told me otherwise. I gripped my rifle tighter and waited. After a few tense minutes, I stood up to leave, telling myself I'd made a long hike and the woods would be just as good tomorrow. The snow crunched underfoot, louder than I wanted, as I walked down the narrow path back to my truck. That's when I saw the tracks. They weren't like any animal tracks I'd seen before. Large, uneven, as if something had been dragging one leg or claw behind it. And they weren't leading away, they led directly toward the blind, ending just where I'd been sitting. My blood ran cold. Something had been there while I was inside, watching me. I dared not look back. I moved faster, boots slipping in the deep snow. The dragging started again, this time closer, just behind me. Panic hit like a hammer. I broke into a run, rifle held in front of me, snow kicking up around my knees. Branches scraped my coat and arms, leaving scratches, but I didn't stop. The trail wound between thick pines, twisting and uneven, and I realized I had no idea if it led anywhere safe. The sound followed, slow and steady, never letting up. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I had to keep my mouth closed, had to keep moving. I stumbled over a root and fell into a patch of snow. I scrambled up, heart hammering, and in the dim moonlight, I saw a shape in the shadows ahead. Too tall to be a deer, hunched strangely, limbs bending in ways that didn't make sense. I froze. My rifle went up instinctively, but I didn't fire. I couldn't process what I was seeing. The shape stepped forward, and a faint glint of something pale, skin, or maybe bone, caught the moonlight. I fired once, the shot echoing through the forest. The shape jerked, twisted, then disappeared into the darkness. I didn't wait to see if it was hit. I ran again, harder, sliding through snow and ice until the trail finally leveled out near the logging road. My truck was just ahead, and relief hit like a wave. But when I reached it, I froze. The snow around the tires had been disturbed, flattened as if something had walked circles around it. And then I saw the scratches, long, deep gouges across the tailgate, not from branches, not from ice, but deliberate. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys and got the engine running. I slammed the door shut and locked it, heart hammering in my chest. The night was far from over. As I drove down the logging road, tires crunching over packed snow, I felt like I was being followed. Every now and then the sound of scraping returned, faint but unmistakable. I didn't dare look into the mirrors. I kept driving until I hit the highway, lights of civilization slowly replacing the oppressive darkness of the forest. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The strange tracks, the dragging, the shape. I returned to the forest with a friend who knew it well, trying to find any evidence of what I'd seen. Nothing. No tracks. No marks in the snow. Nothing. It was as if it had vanished entirely, leaving only the memory and the fear it had planted. Weeks later, I told a local ranger about it. He listened quietly, then shook his head. Wolves? Mountain lions? Maybe a bear? He offered, but his eyes didn't lie. He thought I was telling the truth, but he had no explanation. He warned me not to go alone in winter again, not without others or without leaving a detailed plan with someone who could call for help. But it wasn't just the risk of cold or getting lost. Whatever had followed me, whatever had circled the truck and disappeared into the shadows, wasn't something I recognized. Not an animal. Not a person. Something else. I haven't returned to that ridge. I won't. Every time I drive past that logging road, I glance toward the trees, and sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see a shape moving between the pines. Not quite human, not quite animal. Something with limbs that bend wrong, dragging itself silently over the snow. Something waiting for hunters who wander too far, alone, in the cold of winter. The thought keeps me awake, keeps me from hunting alone again. I don't know if it's still out there or if it followed me, but I know what I heard that night, and I know what I felt. Its presence, heavy and deliberate, pressing against the cold air. That memory will not leave me. I keep my rifle by the bed now, even at home. Every winter night I hear the dragging, faint at first, almost like a dream, but it's there, and it will be there again if I ever go back. Story the end. The snow was thick and quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like it's watching you just as much as you're watching it. I had left at first light, a rifle slung over my shoulder, a small pack with essentials, and my old camo coat that smelled faintly of smoke from last season. The deer had been scarce this year, but I told myself it was worth a shot. I knew these woods, or I thought I did. Every hollow, ridge, and creek was familiar, at least in the daylight. Winter hunting alone had always carried a thrill, but tonight the thrill was tangled with a creeping unease. I parked near a ridge I liked, the truck wheels crunching over frozen mud. The air bit at my face, sharp and bitter. I loaded my rifle, checked the scope, and started toward a stand I had climbed many times before. The snow muffled my steps, but it also made every sound, an old branch snapping under the weight of ice, the wind whistling through the skeletal pines, sound louder than it should. I reached the stand and climbed up carefully, brushing snow off the platform. Sitting there, the forest stretched around me, endless white under a gray sky. I had been hunting these woods for years, but something felt off. Hours passed with little movement. A few rabbits scurried near the underbrush. A distant crow cawed, but no deer. The sun dipped low, though in winter it disappears fast, leaving the world gray and shadowed. I heard something then, a faint noise at first, a snapping of twigs but irregular, deliberate. My heart picked up. I looked through the scope, scanning the edges of the tree line. Nothing, just snow. I waited, trying to convince myself it was an animal or maybe the wind moving a branch. But then I heard it again, a step, careful, patient, and coming closer. I froze, gripping the rifle tighter. I could see my own breath puffing in short bursts, clouding the sight of the scope. The forest was empty, or at least it looked empty. And yet that sound kept coming, circling me slowly. I slid down the stand, silent as I could, and crouched behind the tree trunk. My instincts screamed to leave, but curiosity rooted me in place. I thought it might be a hunter, someone else out tonight. But the roads were rough, the woods private. No one else should be here. The sound stopped then, as if whoever or whatever it was had frozen. My eyes darted through the shadows. There, just at the edge of the snow, I caught a glimpse of movement. A figure, hunched, walking almost sideways, limbs moving in a stiff, unnatural rhythm. The snow made its footprints clear, long strides, dragging feet uneven like it wasn't used to walking upright. I should have shot or run, but a cold dread held me still. My mind raced through explanations, maybe a lost hiker, a deer poacher, but nothing fit. The figure began moving around my stand, slow, deliberate, almost stalking me. I swallowed hard and tried to breathe quietly, counting my heartbeats, hoping it wouldn't notice the rifle, the faint metallic glint in my pack. The wind shifted, carrying the sound of crunching snow right to my ears, close, too close. Then I saw it pause as if sensing me, just past the tree line, shadow merging with shadow. Its head jerked slowly toward me, and though the distance was far, I felt its gaze. It wasn't human, not completely. There was something wrong in the posture, the way it seemed to bend at impossible angles. I climbed down from the stand, keeping low, moving toward the truck. Every step felt like it echoed. When I reached the path, I stumbled slightly, and that's when I heard it behind me. A snapping, rapid now, bounding almost, not running like a human. I bolted, slipping on ice, rifle banging against my shoulder. The forest was alive with shadows, and each shadow seemed to twitch with movement. I didn't look back. Couldn't. My lungs burned, legs trembling as I ran over the snow, back toward the faint lights of the road. By the time I reached my truck, I was shaking uncontrollably. I fumbled with the keys, threw the door open, and slammed inside. The engine roared, tires spinning slightly in the snow as I tried to back out. And then I saw it in the headlights, just for a second, standing at the edge of the tree line. A figure, tall, hunched, and wrong. It didn't run, didn't move, just watched. Its eyes reflected a dim yellow glow, and something about the way it held itself made me feel the earth itself had shifted wrong in the forest. I floored the truck, the tires skidding over ice and snow. I didn't dare look back. My mind raced. This was impossible, this couldn't exist, but every instinct screamed otherwise. I kept the lights on the tree line, scanning for any sign it was following me. For a long stretch, nothing, but my rearview mirror caught shadows at the periphery. Not human shadows. Something else. I drove for miles, road after road, until the woods thinned and the first faint lights of a small town appeared. Only then did I allow myself to breathe, but sleep wouldn't come that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those limbs, the impossible stance, the way it had watched me. It was patient, calculated, waiting. And the worst part? I had no idea what it was or why it was in my woods. Days later, I returned to check my stand. Everything looked normal under the bright winter sun, snow-packed, tracks from rabbits and deer, but my own tracks from that night had vanished, erased as if they had never existed. There was no sign of the creature. Local hunters shrugged it off when I told them, said it must have been a wandering hiker, someone lost. But I knew what I had seen. Those weren't human footprints, and nothing about its movement was human. I haven't hunted alone in the winter since. Every snow-laden forest now carries that same weight of silent eyes, of waiting shadows. I've heard similar stories from others, hunters who claim they were followed, watched, and yet when they try to retrace, there's nothing. It's as if the forest keeps these things hidden, letting them move through snow and shadow without trace. The thought haunts me most on cold winter nights. Sitting by a fire, warm in a cabin, I try to tell myself it was a trick of the mind, stress, isolation. But deep down I know the truth. That thing is out there, moving through the snow in the quiet of the night, patient, watching. It doesn't hunt for food. It hunts for attention, for fear, for the small, fragile heartbeat of someone daring to walk alone. And in the silent woods, it is unstoppable. Even now, when I walk near the tree line, I keep my eyes on the shadows, listening for the faint snap of a twig, the dragging of feet over snow. I know the moment I hear it again, it will not be curiosity I feel, but a raw, primal terror, the kind that paralyzes, that drives every thought into a single desperate desire to survive. And the forest is patient. Story, the end. The wind sliced through the pines like a knife, carrying a bitter chill that gnawed at Mark's face as he trudged deeper into the frozen forest. Snow crunched under his boots, the only sound in the oppressive silence, broken occasionally by the distant crack of a branch or the whisper of wind through the evergreens. He had been hunting alone since the early morning, drawn by the promise of a big buck he'd spotted near a ridge a few days ago. Winter had settled in hard that year, leaving the forest stripped and bare, and Mark liked the solitude, liked the way the world seemed to shrink to the size of his breath and the pulse in his ears. By late afternoon, the sun had dropped low, the sky a bruised purple and gray. Shadows stretched long, merging with the trees in a way that made it impossible to tell where the forest ended and the darkness began. Mark set his pack down and wiped the sweat from his forehead, even in the cold. He wasn't tired yet, but the sense of unease was growing, subtle at first, like static at the edge of hearing. He shrugged it off and checked his rifle, tapping the stock and running his finger along the barrel. Everything seemed fine. He moved toward the ridge where he'd seen the deer, following faint tracks in the snow. The snow muffled his steps, but he was aware of every snap of twig, every whisper of movement. He had hunted alone before, dozens of times, but tonight felt different. The forest felt watching. He spotted the buck at last, a massive animal with antlers that could have been lifted straight from a calendar. Mark raised his rifle slowly, heart hammering, and focused on the target. Just as he was about to squeeze the trigger, a sound made him freeze, a low, dragging crunch from behind him. He lowered the rifle slightly, listening. The sound came again, uneven, deliberate, like something large moving through the underbrush. Not a deer, he realized, not anything he recognized. Mark called out, trying to mask the tremor in his voice. "Hello? Is someone there?" Nothing answered. The forest swallowed his words, and the wind carried them away. He shook his head and tried to convince himself it was just the branches settling, the ice shifting. But as he raised the rifle again, he caught a glimpse of movement. A figure? No, it was too dark, too shapeless, sliding between the trees without really stepping on the snow. The buck bolted, vanishing into the trees, leaving Mark alone with a gnawing dread. He should have packed up and gone back to the truck, but something kept him rooted. Curiosity, maybe. Foolishness. Or maybe the forest had a grip on him that he didn't understand. He started moving cautiously, eyes scanning for whatever had passed. Then he heard it again. A soft, deliberate crunch, closer this time. Mark froze, listening. There was no wind now, just silence broken by the sound of snow giving way beneath heavy feet. And then, a whisper, faint, almost inaudible. It was a voice, but not human. Not quite. It said nothing intelligible, just a series of hisses and clicks that made the hair on his neck stand up. He spun, rifle ready, scanning the trees. His flashlight was in his pack, but reaching for it felt dangerous, like an Ike announcing his presence. He whispered, "Who's there?" No answer, just that dragging sound circling him now. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but he tried to stay calm, trying to locate the source. Then the figure emerged, barely visible in the dim twilight, and Mark's stomach dropped. It wasn't human. It was tall, too tall, gaunt, with long limbs that bent at odd angles. Its face was hidden in shadow, but the sense of eyes burning into him was unmistakable. Mark fired once, but the rifle seemed to barely make a sound in the frozen air. The creature didn't react. It just moved closer, silent except for that dragging shuffle, until it was barely 30 feet away. Panic surged, and Mark ran, snow flying behind him, branches tearing at his jacket and face. His mind screamed directions, run downhill toward the truck, but every tree he passed looked the same, every shadow a threat. He stumbled, falling into a small hollow, snow coating his gloves and face. The creature's silhouette moved above him, almost impossibly fast, and Mark felt its cold, oppressive presence before he saw it fully. The air seemed to vibrate with some unnatural energy, a low hum that made his teeth chatter. He scrambled to his feet, running blindly, calling out in desperation, but the forest swallowed his cries. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time seemed to warp. Mark had no idea how far he'd run, only that the dragging sound never left him. Occasionally he glimpsed it between trees, always just out of reach, always moving. Exhaustion set in, his lungs burning, his legs trembling, but stopping wasn't an option. He felt it in the pit of his stomach. If he stopped, he would die. Finally, he broke through a stand of pines and saw headlights in the distance. Relief surged, and he ran toward them, hoping it was the road, the safety of civilization. But as he emerged fully into the clearing, he realized with a sickening twist that the lights were not a car, but a fire, campfire glow reflecting on fresh snow. Figures moved around it, indistinct, huddled together. He screamed, waving his arms. "Hey, help, please." They turned. And in that moment, Mark knew he was wrong. The fire illuminated their faces, or what should have been faces. Their features were distorted, hollowed like carved masks of human skin stretched over impossible bone structures. They didn't speak, didn't move toward him, but the sense of attention was complete, suffocating. Mark backed away, stumbling, and the dragging sound was suddenly behind him again. It was closer than ever, moving through the trees with an unholy silence. Heart hammering, he pivoted and ran toward a ridge leading back the way he thought he came. The firelight disappeared behind the trees, replaced by the gray, featureless twilight of the forest. He didn't stop running until he reached the edge of a frozen creek, gasping, knees buckling. The ice was thin in places, cracking under his weight. Something moved under the surface, an outline, a shape that shouldn't exist, sliding through the frozen water like liquid shadow. Mark fell backwards, sliding down the bank, and scrambled up the other side, finally pulling himself into a dense thicket where he crouched, shivering uncontrollably, rifle shaking in his hands. He tried to convince himself he had imagined it all, that exhaustion and fear were playing tricks on him. But then the whisper came again, closer, clearer this time, almost inside his head. "Mark," it hissed. Just his name. Just the one word. He didn't respond. He couldn't. The forest seemed to contract around him, the snow pressing in, the trees leaning in with long, skeletal limbs. Mark stayed huddled in the thicket until the stars blinked above, cold and indifferent. Eventually, he forced himself to move, creeping through the trees, avoiding open spaces via avoiding the sound of that relentless shuffle. Dawn was barely breaking when he saw the road, a thin ribbon of black cutting through the white expanse. He stumbled onto it, falling to his knees, unable to stop shaking. He saw his truck in the distance, headlights off, snow already covering the tracks he had made. Relief washed over him, but it was shallow, fleeting, because as he approached, he noticed the tracks in the snow weren't his own or the creature's alone. There were others, countless footprints leading in every direction, some human, some not. They stopped at the edge of the trees, staring, waiting. Mark jumped in the truck, locking the doors, and started the engine. The tires spun in the snow, and as he finally pulled onto the road, he looked in the rearview mirror. The forest was empty, or so it seemed. But in the distance, the dragging sound started again, low and deliberate, circling the clearing, never quite close enough to see, never leaving him behind. He drove for hours, not stopping, until he reached the first gas station. He bought a coffee, staring at the dark line of trees in the distance, and even in the bright fluorescent light of civilization, he could feel it. The sense of being watched, of being hunted, had followed him. The cashier smiled politely as he handed him change, oblivious to the dread clinging to his shoulders. Mark tried to shake it off, telling himself it was over, that the forest was behind him. That night, in a cheap motel, he lay awake, rifle across his chest, listening to the wind batter the thin walls. And in the dark, when the room was silent except for the hum of the heater, he swore he heard it, a soft, dragging shuffle outside the door. He didn't look. He didn't look. He didn't move. He only waited, frozen, as the whisper carried through the keyhole. Mark, he has never gone hunting alone at night again. Story, the end. The snow had been falling steadily since late afternoon, a thick, almost oppressive blanket that muffled the sounds of the forest. I had been hunting in the backwoods of northern Wisconsin, a place my grandfather had taught me to respect and fear in equal measure. By the time I reached my usual stand, the sun had already dipped below the tree line, leaving the forest in a dim, cold gray. My breath came in visible puffs, and I could feel the icy bite through the layers of my clothing. I told myself it was just another routine hunt, nothing more, but something in the stillness made the hairs on my neck stand up. I had parked my old truck along a logging road a mile back, knowing it would be a quiet spot with minimal traffic. The road had disappeared under the fresh snow, leaving only tire tracks from earlier in the day. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the crows had gone to roost. As I trudged through the snow, rifle slung over my shoulder, I kept a sharp eye on the underbrush, ears straining for the telltale snap of a branch or rustle of leaves. I was hunting deer, but out here, every sound felt amplified, every shadow suspicious. About 30 minutes in, I noticed something odd. Footprints in the snow, larger than a deer's, but unlike any I had seen before. They were deep, oddly spaced, and seemed to move in a direction that cut across the natural paths of the deer. I stopped and crouched, my breath freezing on my scarf, and studied them. They weren't human, not exactly. The shape was wrong, elongated, almost clawed. I felt a chill beyond the cold. Probably a coyote or bear, I muttered to myself, trying to shake the unease. But even as I said it, a low, guttural growl echoed through the trees, distant but unmistakable. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The growl came again, closer this time, resonating through the snow-laden trunks like some primal warning. My heart started to pound, and I gripped the rifle tighter. I had hunted alone plenty of times, but never at night, never with that kind of silence pressing against me. I debated turning back, but pride and stubbornness won. I wanted to see the deer. Slowly, I pressed on, following a narrow game trail that wound uphill. Then I heard it, a snapping of twigs, deliberate and precise, not like an animal stumbling through the underbrush. I froze, straining to see through the darkness, but the trees offered only shifting shadows. My pulse raced. "Who's there?" I called, my voice breaking slightly. Silence. Then the growl again, right behind me. I spun, raising the rifle, but all I saw was snow falling, a thick curtain of white. I took a step back, slipped slightly on the icy ground, and when I looked up, I saw it. Two glowing yellow eyes, half hidden in the shadows between the trees, watching me. I couldn't tell the size of it, but it felt huge, enormous compared to any wolf or bear I'd ever seen. My rational mind told me to run, but I couldn't move. I was frozen. The cold turning to something sharper, fear. The eyes didn't blink, didn't shift. Then a low growl rolled through the forest, and I felt the ground vibrate under its weight. I raised the rifle, but something primal told me it wasn't going to be that simple. The eyes vanished. I blinked, and in that moment I heard the sound, a shuffle, slow and deliberate, circling me. My instincts screamed to move, but the snow made it difficult to run quietly. I took a deep breath, lifted the rifle, and fired a shot toward the movement. The sound cracked through the forest like a gunshot should, and for a moment there was nothing. Silence again. Suffocating. Then came a scream. But not human. High-pitched, inhuman, and filled with a terrible intelligence. My ears rang, and I almost dropped the rifle. I turned to retreat down the slope, but the tracks in the snow had multiplied. They were everywhere, encircling me, leading in no clear direction. Panic overtook me. I started running blindly, crashing through the trees, snow stabbing my face. I could hear it behind me, following, faster than any human or animal should be able to move in deep snow. The forest seemed to close in, the trees grew closer, the shadows deeper. I stumbled over a fallen log and went down hard, scraping my hands and knees. I scrambled up, blood mixing with snow, and caught a glimpse of it again, tall, hulking, fur matted with ice, eyes glowing in the night. I ran harder, trying to remember the road, the way back to my truck. Every step was agony, lungs burning, legs screaming, but fear gave me a cruel kind of strength. I heard the snapping again, right behind me, closer than ever. The creature wasn't chasing me blindly. It was toying with me, herding me like prey. I could feel its presence even when I couldn't see it, a terrible pressure in the cold air. I stumbled again and fell forward into a ditch, snow covering me almost completely. I tried to stay quiet, hoping it would pass, praying it wasn't smart enough to know I was there. Then it appeared at the edge of the ditch. I could see its full size now, at least 7 feet tall, bipedal, its limbs long and grotesquely thin but covered in thick, dark fur. Its head was too long, snout-like but twisted, with rows of teeth that glinted in the faint moonlight. It crouched low, sniffing the air, and I realized with a sickening certainty that it knew exactly where I was. The growl rolled through the trees again, and I thought I could hear a whispering sound, almost like it was laughing. I knew I had to move, but any sudden motion would make it attack. I stayed still for what felt like hours, but must have been minutes. Then the wind shifted, carrying the sound of something else. A snowmobile. "My truck!" I yelled, hoping the sound would reach whoever was on it. The creature's head jerked toward the noise, and for a brief moment it hesitated. That was enough. I scrambled out of the ditch and ran toward the road, feet slipping, heart hammering. The snowmobile appeared around a bend, headlights cutting through the falling snow. I waved frantically, shouting. The driver slowed and stopped, and I nearly collapsed in relief. I jumped onto the back, and we roared down the logging road. Behind us, I thought I saw movement in the trees, but the snow and the darkness made it impossible to be sure. Whatever it was, it didn't follow. Not this time. Back at my truck, I called the local game warden. He was skeptical at first, telling me it was probably a bear or a big coyote. I knew better. I had hunted these woods for years. I had never seen anything like it. I showed him the tracks, still fresh in the snow, clawed and enormous. He frowned, took photos, and promised to investigate. I left the area that night, heading back to my cabin and locking the doors, checking the windows 3 times. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak in the cabin, every gust of wind, sounded like it was approaching. The next day, I returned with friends to check the tracks. The prints had vanished. Not just filled in by the wind, but completely gone, as if they had never existed. We found no signs of struggle, no scat, nothing but snow. I felt a lingering sense of being watched. Even now, when I hunt alone at night, I carry that memory with me. The forest is beautiful, silent, and deadly. The snow hides more than it reveals, and some things, whatever they are, do not like to be disturbed. I have never seen that creature again, but I feel its eyes sometimes, in the dark, watching, waiting. I still hunt in the winter, but never alone, never at night. Some part of me wants to prove I was wrong, that it was a hallucination, a trick of the shadows, but deep down, I know better. There are things in the woods that are older than us, smarter than us, and utterly indifferent to our presence. And some night, if I'm careless, I might meet them again. Story the end. The wind cut through the trees like a cold blade as I trudged through the snow, my boots sinking into the fresh powder with each step. The forest was silent except for the occasional creak of a branch and the distant call of a raven. It was late December in northern Wisconsin, and I had decided to take advantage of a clear night for a solo hunt. I told my friends I'd be fine, that I was experienced, that nothing could go wrong. Now, alone, I realized how naive that sounded. I had parked my truck at the edge of a rarely used logging road and had been hiking for nearly an hour. The snow was waist-deep in places, and I was already feeling the burn in my legs from dragging my gear and rifle through the drifts. I set up near a ridge where deer tracks crossed the trail, hoping to catch a glimpse of a buck making its way to lower ground before the deep freeze set in. The moon was full, casting eerie shadows between the skeletal trees. I settled into a makeshift blind, pulling my jacket tighter around me, trying to shake the chill. Hours passed. I saw nothing. The silence grew heavy, pressing in from all sides. My breath fogged in the cold air, and every snap of a twig sounded like footsteps. At first, I thought it was my imagination. I had told myself it was just the forest settling, the trees adjusting to the frost, but then I heard it again. A faint crunch of snow behind me, deliberate and slow, like someone was stepping carefully, tracking me. My heart rate jumped. I spun my head, scanning the tree line with the beam of my flashlight, but there was nothing, just shadows. I whispered to myself, "It's just deer, or maybe a fox." But the sound didn't stop. Every few minutes, there it was, a crunch, pause, crunch, pause. Too heavy for a fox, too soft for boots unless someone was careful. The thought that I wasn't alone made my stomach knot. I considered packing up, heading back to the truck, but I had parked miles from the road, and the thought of getting lost in the dark forest in sub-zero temperatures made me hesitate. I forced myself to focus on the hunt, telling myself it was just nerves. I adjusted my rifle and tried to track movement through the trees. That's when I saw it. A figure, or maybe just a shadow, moving between the birches at the edge of the moonlight. I froze. It was human-shaped but moved too fluidly, too quickly, disappearing as soon as I blinked. My pulse hammered in my ears. The rational part of me told myself it was a trick of the light, a deer moving upright in my peripheral vision. But my gut screamed otherwise. I had the feeling that whatever it was aware of me, watching me. Hours passed. The air grew colder, the wind sharper. My fingers were numb despite my gloves. I thought about calling it in, using my phone's GPS, but there was no service. Nothing but static-filled cold in the dead of winter. I considered staying in the blind, hoping whatever it was would leave, but I knew instinctively that waiting was dangerous. Whatever it was could be patient. It could wait longer than I could. Finally, I decided to move. I packed up slowly, keeping my rifle ready, scanning the shadows with every step. That's when I heard the whisper. Not a human voice, but a hiss of air that sounded almost like words, unintelligible but unmistakably deliberate. It came from directly behind me. I spun around, rifle raised, but again, nothing. Just the snow, the trees, and the oppressive darkness. I moved faster, my boots crunching loudly now, leaving tracks for whatever was following me to find. The path back to the truck should have taken an hour, maybe less. It took nearly 3. I had the eerie sensation that the forest was changing, that the trees themselves were shifting subtly when I wasn't looking, rearranging to block my way. My ears picked up every sound, branches snapping, snow sliding off pine boughs, the occasional grunt that could have been a deer, or something else. I began to feel disoriented, as if the forest was stretching, elongating paths that should have been short, twisting familiar landmarks into unfamiliar shapes. By the time I reached the clearing where I'd left my truck, the moon was behind a bank of clouds, and the forest had swallowed all light. My heart sank when I saw fresh tracks in the snow leading directly from the tree line to my truck. They weren't mine. They were bare footprints, elongated and misshapen, like something inhuman had walked upright. I froze, frozen not just from the cold, but from a raw, animal terror. The tracks stopped abruptly at the edge of the clearing, as if whatever had made them had vanished into thin air. I ran the last few yards to my truck, throwing open the door and jumping inside. My hands shook so badly I could barely work the keys. The engine roared to life, and I didn't care where I went, only that I left that forest behind. I drove without headlights at first, just to see if something would follow. Nothing did. Eventually, I hit the main road and turned them on. The warm glow was comforting, but the tracks, the whispers, the movement in the trees haunted me even as I accelerated down the icy road. That night, back at my cabin, I sat by the fire, rifle across my lap, staring at the snow outside. I tried to rationalize it. Coyotes? A transient person lost in the woods? Hallucination from exhaustion? But I knew deep down that it was something else, something patient, something that stalks alone hunters in the winter. The thought kept me awake, ears straining at every creak of the wood, every gust of wind against the cabin walls. A week later, I went back, this time with a friend. The tracks were gone, but the place where I had first seen the figure, there were scratch marks on the trees, deep, claw-like, arranged in a way that seemed almost deliberate. My friend tried to joke it off as a bear, but the marks were vertical, impossibly high for a bear. And then we both noticed something else. The snow had indentations where the air seemed to have been compressed unnaturally, as if something large had crouched there, waiting. I never hunted alone again. Every winter, I hear stories from other hunters. Missing persons, strange sounds in the woods, the same eerie footprints appearing and disappearing. Some say it's a creature, some say it's the forest itself, sentient and angry. I don't know, I only know what I felt that night. Eyes on me in the dark, a presence that mirrored my movements, waiting for the perfect moment. That sensation has never left me. Even now, years later, I avoid hunting in the deep woods alone, especially on winter nights. The memory of those whispers, that figure, the tracks leading to my truck, it's burned into my mind. Sometimes when the wind howls through the pines, I swear I hear it again. A slow crunch in the snow behind me, deliberate, measured. A hiss of air that sounds almost like a warning. And I know without needing to see that whatever it was, it hasn't forgotten me. Story the end. The frost was already thick on the trees when I parked my truck at the edge of the forest. It was late November, and the kind of cold that sank into your bones had settled in overnight. The sun had dropped behind the hills hours ago, and my headlamp was the only thing cutting through the darkness. I had been hunting alone for years, mostly during daylight, but tonight I had convinced myself that a night hunt in the winter would be different, more exciting, more alive. I stepped out, the snow crunching under my boots, and adjusted my pack. My rifle was slung over my shoulder, safety on, and my breath fogged in short, harsh bursts. I could hear the occasional snap of a branch, either from some animal or the weight of snow falling. It didn't bother me. The forest was always alive at night. That was part of the thrill. After an hour of trudging through knee-deep snow, I found a clearing I liked. It was small, surrounded by pines that were heavy with snow, and the moonlight barely reached the ground. I settled myself against a tree, trying to get comfortable on the frozen earth. I had seen deer tracks near here before, and if the luck held, I'd get something tonight. At first, everything was silent except for the wind and the occasional distant call of an owl. My eyes scanned the shadows, rifle ready, ears straining for movement. And then I heard it. A low, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the snow. My pulse quickened. That wasn't normal. I had been in these woods hundreds of times, and I knew every sound of the forest at night. This wasn't one of them. I froze, listening. The sound stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence behind. My rational mind told me it was probably just a fallen branch or an animal. A small, instinctive part of me was screaming otherwise. I shifted slightly, keeping my rifle pointed in the direction of the noise. "Hello?" My voice came out rough, harsh against the quiet. No answer, just the echo of my own words bouncing off the trees. I shook my head and tried to focus on my hunting. Maybe I was letting my imagination get the better of me. Minutes passed. Then I heard it again, closer this time. It was slow, deliberate, almost methodical. I could hear the crunch of snow under heavy boots, or something like boots. Whoever, or whatever it was heading my way. My stomach dropped, and I felt a cold sweat under my layers. I wasn't scared in the usual way, but a deep primal part of me knew that I was being watched. I wanted to pack up, go back to the truck, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, not by the cold, but by the sense of inevitability that something was coming. My rifle felt heavy in my hands, but I held it steady, eyes scanning every shadow. Then I saw it, a figure emerging from between the trees. At first I thought it was another hunter, but as it stepped into the faint moonlight, my stomach sank. It was tall, unnaturally tall, and moved with a stiffness that wasn't human. Its head was low, almost grazing the snow, and its eyes, or what I thought were eyes, glowed faintly in the dark. It stopped a few dozen feet from me, tilting its head as if studying me. I tried to speak, to call out again, but my voice caught in my throat. My mind raced. I had heard stories of hunters going missing in the winter woods, but I had always laughed them off. Until now. The creature, or whatever it was, took a slow, deliberate step closer. The snow under its feet didn't make the sound you'd expect. It was muffled, almost absorbed. I could feel the cold of the night intensify, pressing against my body. My teeth chattered, but it wasn't just from the cold. I raised my rifle slowly, tried to keep my hands from shaking. "Who's there?" I managed, barely above a whisper. No answer, just a silence so thick it felt like it was pushing against my chest. Then a sound, a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate in the air around me. It wasn't an animal I knew, not a wolf, not a bear. It was something else, something wrong. I realized then that I had made a mistake coming here alone. The stories weren't just stories. There were things out here in the woods, in the cold, that you didn't see coming until it was too late. My rational mind tried to fight it. It's probably just some guy in a mask, a prankster, but everything in me screamed that it wasn't human. The figure stepped closer again. I noticed its limbs were long, too long, and bent at odd angles. Its skin, or fur, I couldn't tell, was dark, blending with the night. It moved without the sound snow usually makes under weight. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I didn't want to run. I knew that running might trigger it. Instead, I steadied my aim, took a deep breath, and fired. The sound of the rifle shattered the silence, echoing through the forest like a thunderclap. I saw it stagger, a reaction that made me think it was real, physical. Then it disappeared behind the trees. I didn't hear a crash, didn't hear it retreat. It just vanished. I sat there, frozen, listening. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Minutes passed. The wind whispered through the branches, and I told myself it had been enough, that I should go. Slowly, I got to my feet, moving cautiously back toward the truck. Every shadow seemed to twist and reach for me. My flashlight caught movement every few feet, fleeting, just at the edge of vision. By the time I reached the truck, my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them once before finally managing to get the door open. I slammed it shut, locked it, and sat there, heart racing, listening to the forest. I didn't want to leave, didn't want to drive, but the need to get out of there was overwhelming. I started the truck, the engine rumbling in the cold night. As I backed out, I saw movement in the trees again. The figure, or whatever it was, stood at the edge of the clearing, watching. I froze for a moment, headlights illuminating its twisted form. Then it turned and slipped back into the darkness, silent, like it had never been there. The drive back to the main road was slow, nerves on edge. Every sound from the snow-covered landscape made me flinch. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see it following. I didn't speak, didn't even breathe too deeply, just focused on getting back to civilization. By the time I reached my cabin, I was exhausted, shaking, but alive. I double-checked the locks, the doors, windows, everything. I couldn't shake the feeling that it had followed me, even if only in spirit. Sleep was impossible that night. Every creak of the wood, every rustle of the trees outside made me jump. I kept my rifle close, ready, though part of me doubted it would matter if it came again. The next morning, I went back to the clearing with a few friends, rational hunters who had agreed to check it out with me. The tracks were gone, nothing remained but the undisturbed snow. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign that anything had been there at all. It was as if the night had swallowed everything. But I knew what I had seen. I had felt it. And I knew I wouldn't be hunting alone in the winter woods again. Not at night. Not ever. Even now, when the wind howls and the snow presses against my cabin walls, I sometimes think I see something in the tree line, a shadow moving against the moonlight, just beyond the reach of sight. And I remember that night, the sound of its breath, the way it watched me. And I know that some things in the forest aren't just stories, they are waiting. Story, the end. The cold was biting that night, sharper than any winter I had endured before. Snow crunched under my boots as I made my way through the dense forest of northern Minnesota, rifle slung over my shoulder. The sky was a bruised purple, fading into black, and the occasional flicker of the moon through the bare branches did little to illuminate the path ahead. I had been hunting alone for years, usually in the early morning, but tonight had a different urgency. I needed to test my endurance, push myself into the deeper woods, and the solitude didn't bother me, or so I told myself. I had parked my truck near a rarely used logging trail and walked a mile in, following tracks in the snow. Deer, mostly, and maybe the occasional coyote. The air was heavy and still, except for the distant howl of a wolf. I paused often, listening, peering into the darkness. My breath came in visible puffs, and I could feel the frost creeping into my gloves despite their thickness. Around 9 p.m., I spotted my first target, a mature buck, its antlers glinting faintly in the moonlight. I raised my rifle, but the animal froze, ears twitching. Then it bolted, disappearing into the trees. I cursed under my breath. I knew this forest well, but at night everything seemed different. Shapes shifted, shadows stretched in ways that made the familiar terrain feel alien. I moved deeper into the woods, keeping a steady pace. The snow muffled my footsteps, but not entirely. I felt like I was being watched. At first, it was just a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, the kind hunters get when their instincts scream that something isn't right. Then I started hearing noises. Rustling leaves, branches snapping. At first, I assumed it was the deer or other wildlife, but the sounds didn't match animal behavior. They were too deliberate, too rhythmic. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, though the air was eerily still. My flashlight cut a narrow path ahead of me, illuminating snow-dusted trees. I stumbled over a root and cursed. My heartbeat was rapid now, and the feeling of being watched was growing stronger. Something about the silence around me was oppressive, almost suffocating. As I moved further in, I noticed strange tracks in the snow. They weren't animal tracks. They were large, humanoid, but elongated, almost distorted. The kind of footprints that didn't seem entirely human. I froze, shining my flashlight over them, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. They led off the trail, disappearing into a thicket. My rational mind told me it was probably a hunter who had passed through earlier, but my gut screamed otherwise. I debated turning back, but pride and stubbornness kept me moving forward. I'd hunted alone countless times before, and nothing had ever unnerved me like this. The forest grew denser, the snow deeper. My flashlight flickered briefly, and I swore I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping between trees. I spun, rifle raised, but nothing was there. Then I heard it, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. My pulse skyrocketed. I froze, straining my ears. The growl was followed by the sound of heavy breathing, crunching through the snow. Something large was moving, and it wasn't human. I whispered to myself to stay calm, gripping my rifle tighter. Suddenly, I heard a snapping sound behind me, like a branch breaking under weight. I spun around and caught a glimpse of a figure. It was tall, impossibly thin, moving unnaturally fast. I lifted my rifle and fired, the shot echoing through the forest. The figure vanished, and the sound of movement stopped. My ears rang from the discharge, and I stood frozen, unsure if I had imagined it. The temperature seemed to drop even further. My flashlight flickered again, and in that brief blackout, I felt something brush against my shoulder. I spun around, swinging my rifle, but again, there was nothing. Panic started to rise in my chest. I had hunted alone many times, but never like this. There was something in the woods with me, something intelligent, and I wasn't sure it was human. I decided I needed to get out. Slowly, I started backtracking, following my own footprints. But the forest seemed to twist around me. Trails I thought I knew now looked unfamiliar. Every sound, the snap of a branch, the whistle of the wind, set me on edge. Then I saw them. More tracks, following mine, always a few steps behind. Large, uneven, and impossibly deep. They didn't match mine or any animal I knew. I broke into a run, snow kicking up around me, branches whipping at my face. The feeling of being followed intensified. I heard the heavy breathing again, closer now, faster. My flashlight kept flickering, shadows leaping around me. I didn't dare look behind. I just ran. Hours seemed to pass as I stumbled blindly through the forest. Every time I slowed down, I heard it. Something crashing through the trees, always behind me, always gaining. I tripped over a root, hitting the snow hard. My rifle went skidding away, and I crawled after it, heart hammering in my chest. When I finally got the rifle back in my hands, I shone my flashlight ahead. There was a clearing up ahead, and in the center I saw something that made me stop cold. A figure, hunched and grotesque, taller than any man, staring at me. Its face was shadowed, features indistinguishable, but its eyes glowed faintly. It let out a low, echoing growl, and I realized I had never felt fear like this in my life. I fired twice. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch. Then, with impossible speed, it disappeared into the darkness. I didn't wait to see if it would return. I ran through the clearing, snow flying, branches tearing at my jacket, my lungs burned, and every step felt like it could be my last. Somehow, I found the logging trail again. The moon had shifted, illuminating the familiar path back to my truck. I ran blindly, falling more than once, snow and ice cutting my hands and knees. When I finally reached my truck, I fumbled with the keys, heart racing. I threw myself inside, locking the doors. The forest was silent now, the growls, the footsteps, the horrifying presence. It was gone. But I didn't leave immediately. I sat in the truck, shivering, staring into the darkness, every nerve on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even now. I finally started the engine and drove off slowly, headlights cutting through the snow-covered trail. My mind raced with every possibility. Wild animal, deranged person, something else entirely. I knew one thing. I had never felt so vulnerable, so small in my entire life. The woods I had known all my hunting years had betrayed me tonight. I didn't return for weeks. When I finally did, daylight only, I found nothing unusual, no tracks, no signs of anything out of place. The forest was as peaceful as ever, deceivingly calm. But I knew better. I had felt it. I had run from it, and I knew it was still out there, watching, waiting. I've hunted alone many times since then, but never at night, never in the winter. The memory of those glowing eyes, the unnatural speed, and the tracks that followed mine haunts me. I never told anyone. Most wouldn't believe it, and I couldn't risk being laughed at. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And some nights, when the wind is just right, I swear I can hear that low growl again, just beyond the tree line. I can't explain it. Maybe it's a creature, maybe it's something that shouldn't exist. But I know one thing, the forest at night in winter is not empty. And some hunters like me learn the hard way that solitude can be deadly. I still hunt, but never alone after dark. And every time I strap on my rifle and head into the woods, I remember that night. I remember the tracks, the growl, the eyes, and I make sure I am never unprepared again. Story, the end. The sky was a deep, unbroken black, the kind that swallowed the weak light of the moon whole. Snow crunched under my boots as I trudged through the frozen forest, my breath puffing in frosty clouds. I had left my truck behind hours ago, parking it near the edge of the trailhead, and now I was deep in the woods alone, rifle slung over my shoulder. The air smelled sharp and metallic, and the quiet was suffocating. Too quiet. The kind of silence that makes your own heartbeat sound loud in your ears. I was hunting deer, a hobby I had picked up in college and never really let go of. Most of the time, I hunted with friends or family, but tonight I had insisted on going alone. There was a thrill in it, a raw feeling of testing yourself against nature. The forest was heavy with snow-laden branches, and every step I took left a deep imprint, a mark of my intrusion. The sun had set hours ago, leaving only the dull glow of the moon, hidden at times behind thick clouds. I checked my watch, 9:13 p.m. The night had just begun, and already the cold was biting through my layers. I moved slowly, scanning the woods for any sign of movement. My rifle felt heavy, almost comforting in my hands. I had learned early on not to trust the sounds of the forest at night. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the brush could be a deer or something else. I paused, listening. There was a faint crunch to my left, followed by a low, rhythmic tapping. I froze. It wasn't the wind. It was deliberate, mechanical almost, like someone walking on ice with heavy boots. My pulse quickened. I whispered to myself, "It's just an animal, probably a deer." But deep down, I knew that didn't sound like a deer. I changed direction, circling around what I thought might be the source of the noise. The forest seemed to close in, the trees taller, the shadows darker. I caught a glimpse of movement, a large silhouette slipping behind a tree. I raised my rifle, heart thumping. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded hollow, swallowed by the darkness. No answer. I lowered my rifle, trying to shake the tension building in my chest. I told myself I was imagining things. Still, my instincts screamed at me to stay alert. I continued on, picking up the trail I had marked earlier in the day. I had seen a buck earlier, a beautiful specimen with broad antlers, and I wanted to get one shot tonight. The snow was deep now, past my knees in places, and each step was a struggle. Then something odd caught my eye. Footprints. Not deer tracks, but human. Boots, heavy, irregular, leading parallel to mine, but not directly following. I froze. My stomach dropped. I hadn't seen anyone else in the forest today, and it was hours past sunset. The footprints were fresh. My skin crawled. I whispered under my breath, I must be imagining it, but my eyes kept tracing the tracks. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was another hunter. Maybe someone was camping nearby. But as I moved forward, the footprints disappeared into the dense forest, as if swallowed by the snow. That didn't make sense. Snow doesn't just erase prints that quickly, especially in this cold. A chill ran down my spine. I gripped my rifle tighter and decided to head back toward my truck. Maybe the deer could wait for another night. I was beginning to feel more danger from the unknown than from wildlife. As I turned, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, tall and thin between the trees. I stopped, squinting. My pulse raced. The forest was a maze of dark shapes, but this felt different. There was a stillness to it, a wrongness. I called out, "Hello? Who's there?" The only reply was the soft whisper of the wind through the trees. I started moving faster, snow sloshing under my boots, my breath ragged. The shadow moved again, or maybe it was me. My mind played tricks in the dark. Suddenly, I heard it, a low, guttural growl that wasn't animal. My legs froze, my body rigid. The sound came from behind me, just beyond the trees, close but not too close. I didn't wait to see. I bolted, running through the snow blindly, branches whipping against my face. My lungs burned and my legs screamed, but adrenaline pushed me forward. The forest seemed endless, every tree a potential hiding place for whatever was following me. Then I stumbled, falling hard into a snowbank. My rifle went flying, buried in the powder. I scrambled to retrieve it, hands shaking violently. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by something that sounded like footsteps pounding on snow. I pulled myself to my feet and ran toward the faint glow of moonlight filtering through a clearing. And then I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the clearing, impossibly tall, thin, its face obscured by darkness. Its head turned slowly, deliberately, toward me. My stomach dropped. It didn't move like a human, but not quite like an animal either. Its limbs were elongated, movements jerky, unnatural. I raised my rifle and fired, the shot echoing violently through the forest. The figure didn't flinch. It simply tilted its head, watching me, and then it was gone. I ran, not stopping until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to collapse. I stumbled into a small ravine, falling onto my hands and knees. The world was silent again, too silent. I forced myself to catch my breath, to think. My rifle was still clutched in my hands, but I felt a creeping realization. I had no idea where I was. The forest had shifted, or maybe I had. The trees all looked the same, twisted and dark, and there were no landmarks. Panic set in. I started walking, then running in what I hoped was the direction of my truck. Snow fell heavier now, obscuring my path. I called out again, voice hoarse, but no answer came. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. Time had become meaningless. My feet were numb, my fingers frozen, my mind fraying. I thought I heard it again, the footsteps, soft and deliberate, circling me. Every instinct screamed to keep moving, to survive, but the cold was merciless. I tried to climb a hill to get a better view, slipping and sliding with every step. And then I saw it. Tracks. Not my own, not any animal, but a single set of enormous footprints leading straight toward me. They stopped at the base of the hill, as if whoever or whatever had made them was waiting. I froze. My heart thundered. I raised my rifle, but my hands trembled so violently I could barely aim. Then a whisper reached my ears. Not loud, not even a full sentence, just a hiss of a voice that didn't belong. Don't run. My knees buckled. My rational mind screamed at me that I was losing it, but everything in my body knew otherwise. I took a step back, and the snow shifted beside me. Something moved. Large, fast, impossible. I fired again, blindly. The shot tore through the night, but again there was no sound of impact, no movement, only silence. I was trapped, alone, and utterly outmatched. Desperation took over. I ran, plunging downhill blindly, branches scratching my face, snow blinding my vision. I didn't care about the rifle anymore. I just wanted out. The snow was deep, my body exhausted, but the presence was relentless, always just beyond the periphery of my vision. I could feel it tracking me, studying me, playing with me. Hours, or maybe only minutes later, I saw the faint outline of my truck. Relief surged through me. I bolted, hands numb as I fumbled with the door, collapsing inside and locking it behind me. My breaths came in ragged gasps, and I just sat there, shaking, listening. For what felt like eternity, I sat frozen, eyes scanning the darkness outside. Nothing moved. The wind howled, snow piled against the windows, and the forest was silent again. I wanted to leave, to drive straight to town, but I knew deep down that the forest wasn't done with me. Whatever had followed me tonight was patient. It waited, and I had been foolish enough to intrude on its hunting grounds. I started the truck, engine roaring to life, lights cutting through the darkness. As I drove slowly down the frozen road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. There, at the tree line, I thought I saw a shadow, a figure, impossibly tall and thin, watching me. I didn't stop. I didn't slow. I drove until the trees gave way to open road, until the forest was behind me. But even now, every time I close my eyes, I can see it, standing silently in the snow, waiting for the next hunter to wander too far into the night. Story, the end. The snow was falling hard, covering the uneven ground of northern Minnesota like a thick white blanket. Jake McAllister had been hunting these woods since he was a kid, but tonight was different. It was the middle of December, and the temperatures had dropped to the single digits. The wind howled through the bare trees, rattling branches and sending a chill through the forest that cut through even the thickest layers of clothing. He had left at first light, hoping to get a doe before dusk. The sun had set hours ago, leaving him alone in near total darkness with only his headlamp and the weak beam of his rifle scope to guide him. Jake crouched behind a fallen log, his breath forming icy clouds in front of his face. He could hear the soft crunch of snow under his own boots, the occasional groan of a tree branch swaying in the wind, and the distant snap of twigs as something moved unseen. Hunting alone was always a test of patience, but tonight it felt different. The forest seemed heavier, almost suffocating, as if the darkness itself was pressing in on him. He told himself it was just the wind, just the isolation, nothing more. Yet every instinct in his body screamed that he wasn't alone. He moved slowly, scanning the surrounding area with his flashlight. A deer could be anywhere in the thick brush, but he hadn't seen any tracks beyond his own. The ground was uneven, and the fresh snow had covered most signs of wildlife. He gripped his rifle tighter, his knuckles white against the cold metal. Then he heard it, a faint whisper of sound. Not the wind, not an animal, but something like a low, guttural sigh. Jake froze. The sound seemed to come from directly behind him. "Hello," he called out, his voice cracking from the cold and tension. Nothing answered except the echo of his own voice bouncing between the trees. He shook his head, telling himself he was imagining things. Hunting alone at night could do that to a person. Still, his stomach knotted as he slowly turned in a circle, flashlight sweeping across the dark woods, shadows danced like living things, and he had to resist the urge to raise his rifle, thinking it might be a deer or something worse. He continued down a narrow trail, his boots sinking into the snow with every step. The wind had shifted, carrying with it a faint metallic smell, like rust or blood. He stopped and sniffed, trying to ignore it. "Get a grip, Jake," he muttered under his breath. He checked the time on his watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock. The thought of returning home crossed his mind, but the stubborn pride of a hunter kept him going. He had come out here alone, and he was determined to bring something home. Then he saw it. A set of tracks in the snow, larger than a deer, but humanoid in shape. They weren't human, though. They were too long, too wide, with deep impressions that suggested heavy weight. He followed them cautiously, heart pounding, mind screaming to turn back. The tracks led to a small clearing where the snow had been disturbed violently, as if something had struggled here. He crouched, examining the marks. There were streaks of dark red in the snow. Blood. Jake swallowed hard and instinctively reached for his rifle. The wind moaned through the clearing, carrying with it that same low, guttural sound. This time, it wasn't a whisper. It was a deep, resonating growl that vibrated in his chest. His flashlight flickered as if struggling against the darkness, and he felt a cold presence behind him. He spun around, rifle raised, heart racing. There was nothing. He tried to calm himself. Maybe it was a wolf, maybe a moose, he didn't know. He hadn't hunted these parts in years, and he didn't recognize the sounds. Still, every instinct screamed to leave. The snow started falling harder, the wind picking up, howling like a chorus of spirits. Then he heard it again, a snap of a branch, close behind him. He didn't dare turn. Instead, he backed slowly toward the trail he had come from. Suddenly, the snow beneath his feet gave way, and he stumbled into a small ravine hidden under the fresh blanket of white. He landed hard on his side, his rifle skidding out of reach. Pain shot through his shoulder and ribs, but he forced himself up. That was when he saw them, figures moving in the darkness. Not running, not walking, just gliding. Or maybe he was seeing things, hallucinating from the cold. They were tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long, faces obscured by shadows. Jake scrambled to his feet, heart pounding. He grabbed his rifle, aimed shakily, and fired. The shot rang out, deafening in the stillness of the forest. The figures vanished as if swallowed by the night. Jake didn't wait to see if he had hit anything. He ran, snow flying in his wake, desperate to reach the safety of the car parked miles away on the edge of the forest. Every step was agony, every breath a razor in his lungs, but he kept going. The wind shifted, and he heard whispers, soft, almost seductive voices calling his name. "Jake," they hissed. "Jake." Each syllable seemed to come from every direction at once. Panic clawed at his mind. He stumbled over roots and rocks, snow clinging to his clothes, freezing his wet skin. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of white and black, and no matter how fast he ran, the whispers followed. Finally, he saw the headlights of his truck through the trees. Relief washed over him, and he sprinted toward it, slipping and sliding over the ice. He reached the door, fumbling with his keys, and threw himself inside, slamming the door shut. He locked it, started the engine, and leaned back, trying to calm his shaking hands. For a moment, it was quiet, just the hum of the truck heater and the crackle of the engine. Then he saw it in the rearview mirror. A tall, dark figure standing at the edge of the clearing, watching him. Its limbs were impossibly long, and its head tilted unnaturally to one side. The growl started again, low and vibrating, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Jake slammed the truck into gear, tires spinning on ice, and tore down the road, leaving the forest behind. He didn't stop until he reached the nearest gas station, miles away. He ran inside, breathless, shaking, trying to explain what had happened, but the clerk just looked at him like he was insane. "You've been out there all night?" the man asked. It's not safe. You need to call the sheriff. Jake nodded mutely, but even as he spoke, he felt it, eyes watching him, just beyond the walls of the gas station in the darkness of the parking lot. He left quickly, not daring to look back. When he finally got home, he locked every door and window, checked his guns, and sat in the corner of his living room, the weight of the night pressing on him. He knew what he had seen, or at least he thought he did. Those creatures weren't human, not anything he had ever learned about in hunting guides or wildlife books. And he knew one thing for certain: he would never hunt alone at night again. Not in the dead of winter, not in these woods. Weeks later, he returned to the forest with friends. They found no tracks, no blood, no signs of struggle, just the same empty snow-covered trees, the same wind whispering through the branches. Jake never spoke of that night to anyone outside the group. Some nights, though, he still wakes up to the sound of that growl, echoing in his dreams, calling his name through the winter dark. He swears he can feel those eyes watching him from the shadows, always there, waiting. The locals say the woods are haunted by something old, something that hunts when the snow falls and the moon hides behind clouds. Jake doesn't tell them much. He doesn't need to. He feels in his bones that same cold presence, and he knows the truth. The forest doesn't forget. And if you're alone on a winter night, hunting or wandering, sometimes it comes for you. He never went back alone again. But on certain nights, when the wind howls just right and the snow falls thick and fast, he swears he can still hear the low, guttural sighs, whispering his name through the dark, telling him the forest still remembers. Story, the end. The wind was biting that night, cutting through the layers of flannel and down jacket Jake had piled on. Northern Wisconsin in December had a way of turning even the strongest hunters into shaking, huddled figures. And tonight, he was alone. His pickup was parked a half-mile down the logging road, headlights cutting through the dark, snow-dusted pines. He had set out late in the afternoon, hoping to find a buck moving before the deep freeze set in, but as darkness fell, he realized he had miscalculated. He was alone, the sun gone, and the forest had a silence that wasn't normal. It felt almost alive. He trudged through snow up to his knees, the white powder muffling most sounds, except for the occasional snap of a branch under his boot. Each breath fogged in the cold, and he could see the frosted clouds drifting in front of him. He carried a rifle, a backpack with supplies, and a flashlight whose beam wavered as his hands shook from the cold and adrenaline. He had hunted alone before, but something about tonight made him uneasy. It wasn't just the cold. It was the way the darkness seemed to move, how the trees leaned together in the distance, forming shapes that weren't really there. Jake paused on a ridge to scan the area. Moonlight filtered through clouds, casting pale silver across the snow. He saw nothing at first, just endless white and black. Then movement caught his eye, a flicker, like a shadow slipping between the trees. His heart jumped, and he raised the rifle slowly. "Hello," he called, his voice a strained whisper. No answer came except the wind whistling between the branches. He told himself it was a deer, maybe a coyote, or just his imagination, but his gut twisted in warning. The snow crunched behind him, softer than his own steps. He froze, straining to hear. Then came the sound of a low, wet growl, distant at first, but unmistakable. It was too deep to be a dog, too slow and deliberate to be any animal he knew in these woods. His pulse surged. He started walking faster, following a narrow game trail that led downhill, hoping it would take him to familiar ground. Every few steps, he glanced behind him. Nothing. Yet the feeling of being watched didn't fade. He reached a small clearing where the snow had been trampled, deep footprints visible in the moonlight. Not deer prints, too large and the stride too human-like, but distorted. Something big had walked through here. His breath caught as he knelt to examine them. The prints seemed to sink unnaturally deep, like whatever made them weighed more than any human should. There were drag marks between them, streaks in the snow that had a dark tint. He knew what it was. Blood. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and he gripped his rifle tighter. He tried to rationalize. Maybe a hunter from earlier had injured a deer. Maybe a wolf, anything to make sense of it. But then he heard the snap again. Close this time, directly to his right. He swung his flashlight, heart hammering. Nothing. He tried to convince himself to move, to follow the trail back to the truck. He turned to step into the trees, and that's when he saw it. A figure, barely discernible in the dark, moving slowly between the pines. It was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed too long, bending at odd angles. Its head tilted in a way that made his stomach knot. It didn't run. It didn't even walk. It just glided or slinked, as if it were part of the shadows themselves. Panic surged, but he forced himself to think. He whispered prayers he hadn't said since he was a kid, aimed his rifle, and fired. The sound cracked the night like a whip, echoing between the trees. The figure vanished instantly, leaving only the sound of snow settling. He cursed under his breath, adrenaline surging as he realized he had no idea where it had gone. He ran. His boots tore through the snow as he fled, clinging to the trail he thought led back to the truck. The wind howled, carrying faint whispers that seemed to echo his own name. Jake! Jake! It wasn't a voice, exactly. It was layered, overlapping, impossible to locate. Every instinct screamed to keep moving, yet the cold and exhaustion began to catch up with him. He stumbled down a slope, snow giving way underfoot, and landed hard on his shoulder. Pain shot through him, but he forced himself up. That's when he realized the trail he had been following disappeared. The snow was untouched ahead. No footprints, nothing. Like the trail had been erased. He spun, rifle raised, scanning the dark, and then he saw them. Multiple figures emerging from the tree line, gliding silently over the snow. Tall, thin, faceless, moving like they were floating. Jake fired again, 2 shots ringing into the darkness, but they didn't flinch. They just kept coming. Slow, deliberate, impossible. He turned and ran, desperate for any sign of the logging road, the headlights of his pickup, anything familiar. The forest seemed endless. Every tree looked the same, every shadow hiding something. He could feel eyes on him, heavy, oppressive. The whispers returned, louder now, circling him, urging him to stop, to turn, to come closer. Finally, after what felt like hours, he broke through the tree line and saw the pale glow of his truck. Relief hit him, but it was short-lived. One of the figures stood at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the headlights, watching. It didn't move, but its presence radiated an almost physical pressure, like the forest itself was pressing down on him. Jake reached the door, fumbled with the keys, threw himself inside, and locked the doors. The heater roared to life, but it did little to thaw his shaking hands. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw nothing, yet he could feel it watching, even through the glass. He drove home in silence, the whispers fading, but the sense of being hunted lingering like a shadow over him. The next day, Jake tried to rationalize. Snow-covered tracks leading nowhere, footprints too big and deep for any human, whispers that no one else heard. Friends said he must have been exhausted or stressed, hallucinating in the cold. But Jake knew better. He had seen them, felt them, heard them. They weren't animals. They weren't human. They were something else. Ancient, patient, and cruel. He tried to return with friends during daylight, hoping the forest would seem ordinary again. It didn't. The same trampled clearing was there, but no footprints, no drag marks, no blood, just silence and snow, almost like the forest had swallowed the previous night whole. They moved quickly through the trees, eyes scanning, but nothing emerged. No sign of the figures, no hint of their presence. It was as if the darkness had been the only portal through which they existed. Weeks later, Jake was still haunted. He couldn't sleep without imagining the long limbs, the tilting heads, the whispering voices calling his name. Hunting alone was a part of him, a tradition he had always followed, but the idea of going back out at night was unbearable. The forest had claimed a piece of him that December night, a memory burned into his mind that no rational explanation could erase. Sometimes when the wind howled and snow fell thick and fast, Jake swore he could hear those whispers again. They weren't real, he told himself. But deep down, he knew better. The forest didn't forgive trespassers, and it didn't forget. Those figures, whatever they were patient. They waited for hunters alone in the dark, when the cold made the heart slow and the mind grow fearful. They watched, they listened, and sometimes they came closer than you think. Jake never hunted alone again after that night. Even during the day, he felt the eyes, always just out of sight, always waiting. Friends teased him about his imaginary creatures, but he didn't argue. He didn't have to. The memory of that night was proof enough. And sometimes, when the snow falls and the forest is silent, He can still hear the low guttural growl in his dreams, calling his name through the trees, reminding him that the woods never truly let go. Story the end. Snow whispered across the frozen ground in thin, spiraling threads, drifting past my boots as I trudged deeper into the timberline. The temperature had dropped faster than the forecast said it would, plunging the Montana backcountry into a hard, snapping cold that made the air sting the inside of my nose every time I breathed in. My rifle's sling creaked as the leather stiffened, and every footstep felt like it echoed off the barren skeletal trees surrounding me. I had hunted alone plenty of times in winter, but never this late, never this deep, and never with a storm threatening to blow in from the north as quickly as it was now. Still, the tracks were fresh. Elk, a bull by the size of the prince, and I couldn't let the opportunity pass. I'd driven 6 hours just to get here, slept in the truck, eaten a breakfast of gas station jerky, and hiked 4 miles across country that felt like it was actively trying to kill me. Turning back didn't make sense at the time. I didn't know then that I should have listened to every instinct telling me to leave. The first sign something was wrong came shortly after the sun dipped low, staining the snowbanks in fading orange. The tracks I'd been following curved through a narrow chute of trees and then stopped abruptly in a small clearing. Not faded, not covered. Stopped, as if the bull had vanished into thin air. I crouched, brushing a gloved hand across the last print. Sharp edges, minutes old at most. But the snow beyond it was untouched, a smooth, undisturbed sheet stretching to the tree line. I glanced around, scanning for broken branches or the dark shape of the elk's body in the distance. Nothing. A prickle crawled up my spine. I told myself to keep moving, to circle wide and find the trail again, but something about the silence in that clearing made it hard to breathe. The woods weren't just quiet, they were still, like they were holding their breath. Even the wind had died. I exhaled, watching my breath hang in the air far longer than it should have. I turned to leave the clearing, and that was when I noticed the new set of tracks. Not the elk's. These were behind mine, almost on top of them, stretching back the way I had come. They weren't boot prints. Too wide. Too long. Bare, as far as I could tell, out here in the middle of sub-zero wilderness. My first thought, absurd, was that someone was barefoot in the woods. My second thought was that the tracks were wrong in a way I couldn't wrap my head around. The shape was close enough to human to unsettle me, but elongated, and the stride length didn't match mine. Whatever made them was tall, far taller than I was, and had been walking in the exact path I took a few minutes earlier. Something had been following me. A cold so much deeper than the winter air settled into my chest. My gloved fingers tightened around the rifle stock. I scanned the forest, the dark spaces between trees growing darker by the second as the last of the light drained out of the sky. That was when I decided to turn back. Elk wasn't worth whatever this was. I moved quickly, too quickly, crunching through the snow as I made for the trailhead. The wind started again, faint at first, and then rising, tugging at my jacket and whispering through the branches. The temperature felt like it dropped another 10 degrees in minutes. The sky above dimmed into a deep blue void, and the storm front I'd been warned about finally began creeping down from the mountains. About a half-mile later, I found more of the strange tracks, crossing mine again, then veering off into the shadows. I knelt to examine them more closely. They weren't clawed, which should have ruled out any animal large enough to make them, but the heel impressions were deeper than the fronts, as though something stepped with the slow, deliberate weight of a person, dragged out of proportion. I stood, heart pounding hard enough to echo in my ears. A branch cracked off to my left. I whipped the rifle up, finger brushing the trigger guard, breath clouding in quick, sharp bursts. But there was only the empty forest, the dead gray trunks rising in rows like gravestones. My headlamp beam caught nothing but drifting flakes of snow. "Hello?" I called, instantly regretting it. My voice sounded small in the vast cold. Nothing answered. I forced myself to keep moving, but the sense of being watched grew heavier with every step. The storm winds picked up, blowing snow sideways, and soon visibility dropped to a few dozen yards at best. Every shadow looked like it shifted when I wasn't looking directly at it. Every gust of wind sounded like breathing. By the time I reached the ridge, a narrow, rocky spine overlooking the basin, night had fully set in. My headlamp cut a pale cone through the swirling snow, but beyond that was only darkness. My trail down the ridge was buried under fresh drifts, nearly erased. I glanced behind me. A shape moved, not fully visible, just enough for my brain to register height. Tall, wrongly tall. I couldn't see arms or a face or legs, just the sense of something towering between the trees, its outlines swallowed by the storm. My pulse hammered so fast it hurt. I swung my beam that direction, but it hit only snow. I didn't wait. I started down the ridge, half sliding, half climbing, boots slipping on the icy rock. The storm howled now, drowning out everything else. The cold bit through my clothes like teeth. My breaths came fast and ragged, frosting over the fabric of my scarf. Halfway down, another crack sounded, closer this time. I didn't dare look back. When I reached the bottom, I sprinted, or tried to, legs heavy with cold, toward the line of pines that would lead me back to the truck. My headlamp flickered once, twice, then steadied. Snow hammered against my coat. My tracks blew away behind me almost instantly. That was when I heard it. Not wind. Not an animal. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Behind me. Crunch. 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 Like something stepping in the exact rhythm I was, only half a beat behind. I didn't stop, but I turned enough to aim the light over my shoulder. Something slid behind a tree. Not moved. Not ran. Slid. Smooth and silent, like it wasn't bound by joints the way a person was. I nearly dropped the rifle. My breath hitched, and I forced my legs to keep going, crashing through the drifts until I reached the flatter stretch of forest where the path should have been. I recognized the cluster of fallen logs ahead, the twisted stump to my right. I was close. Less than a mile, maybe half. The footsteps behind me stopped. I froze, pulse thundering in my throat. The woods went silent again. Snow drifted past in thick sheets. I slowly turned, lifting my rifle, sweeping the beam from tree to tree. Nothing. I backed up a few steps, and my boot hit something soft. I spun around, heart slamming in my chest. It was a deer, a large buck, or what was left of it. The carcass lay in the snow, steam rising faintly from where its ribs were exposed, torn open with unnatural precision. No tracks around it, no blood trail leading to it. Just the animal, freshly dead, dropped in my path like a warning. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. Then, from somewhere in the trees behind me, something exhaled, a long, low, almost human breath. I raised the rifle, every muscle locked tight. My headlamp flickered again. Something stepped out from behind a tree 20 yards away. I only saw it for a second, just long enough to know every nightmare about the woods had a shape. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs too long, its skin grayish against the snow. It didn't lurch or crawl or stumble. It simply leaned forward, as if noticing me for the first time, as though it had been standing there in plain sight all along, but just now decided to move. The moment the light hit it squarely, it slipped behind another tree without making a sound, its body folding unnaturally to hide itself. I ran. Branches whipped my face. Snow crashed around me. My lungs burned from cold, but I didn't stop, didn't look back. I knew if I did, I'd freeze up and never move again. My legs pumped on instinct alone. I saw the glow of my truck's taillights through the trees like a lifeline. I nearly sobbed from relief. I fumbled the keys with shaking hands, dropping them once before stabbing them into the lock and wrenching the door open. I dove inside, slammed it shut, and hit the locks, then twisted the key until the engine roared to life. I didn't breathe until the headlights lit up the trees in front of me. That was when I saw it again. Standing between two pines, just at the edge of the light, too tall to be a man, too still to be an animal. Its head tilted slightly like it was studying the truck. Then the lights flickered. Every hair on my neck rose, but when they steadied again, the shape was gone. I threw the truck into gear and peeled out, fishtailing on the ice, tearing down the forest road faster than was safe. I didn't care. I didn't stop looking in the rearview mirror until I hit pavement miles later. I never hunted alone at night again, never went back to that part of Montana. I don't know what followed me. I don't want to. But sometimes, in the deepest winter nights, when the world goes still and the air is cold enough to burn, I swear I hear footsteps behind me again, slow, heavy, just half a beat behind my own. Story the end. The sky was black and heavy with clouds when I parked my truck at the edge of the timberline. November nights were always long in northern Maine, and the cold had already settled deep into the soil and snow. I had been hunting these woods since I was a teenager, tracking deer, grouse, and the occasional black bear. I had done it alone countless times during the day, but tonight I wanted to see what hunting alone at night felt like. Something about it drew me. The silence of a winter forest after sunset, broken only by the occasional rustle or distant howl. I grabbed my pack, checking my rifle one last time. The snow crunched under my boots as I moved into the trees, and the cold air made my lungs ache. My headlamp barely cut through the darkness, painting eerie shadows across the trunks and underbrush. I moved slowly, carefully stepping over hidden roots and snow-laden branches, scanning the ground for tracks. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying a metallic chill that made my skin prickle. I found a ridge overlooking a small valley that had a creek running through it. Perfect place for deer to come for water, especially in winter when the snow made food scarce. I crouched behind a fallen log and settled in, rifle resting across my knees. I tried to relax, but the forest seemed unnaturally still. Usually at this hour I would hear the snap of twigs under deer hooves or the distant bark of a fox, but tonight, nothing. Minutes passed. Then I heard it, a faint, wet crunching sound coming from downhill. At first, I thought it was an animal. Deer, perhaps, dragging a leg in the snow, or a coyote scavenging. I strained my eyes in the dark, focusing on the shadowed undergrowth, but I saw nothing. The sound stopped as suddenly as it started, leaving a hollow silence. I swallowed hard and whispered to myself, trying to shake the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. Just an animal. Nothing to worry about. I adjusted my position, careful not to snap a twig underfoot. That's when I noticed it. Movement. Subtle but unmistakable, just beyond the tree line. I froze. At first, I thought it was another hunter, someone foolish enough to be out here this late, but as the shape emerged into the faint moonlight, my stomach dropped. It was tall, unnaturally so, hunched in a way that made it look almost inhuman. Its limbs were long and gangly, moving in slow, deliberate motions. I held my breath, gripping my rifle tighter. The creature, or whatever it was, paused as if sensing me. Its head tilted slightly, and I could see its eyes catching the dim moonlight, reflecting back at me like molten gold. My pulse raced, and my training as a hunter barely kept me from panicking. Then it started moving toward me. Each step was deliberate, almost calculating, and the snow under its feet made no sound. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a hunter in a mask, a prankster? But that idea dissolved quickly. There was something wrong about the way it moved, the way it observed me, patient and cold. I whispered, "Hey." "Who's there?" But no response came. Only silence, heavy and pressing, that seemed to close in around me. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. My hands shook as I raised the rifle, aiming at its chest, but my finger refused to touch the trigger. It stopped a few dozen feet away, just at the edge of the clearing. I could make out its features now, or rather, the lack of features I expected. Its face was elongated, pale, almost hairless, and its mouth twisted into something that could have been a grin, though I couldn't tell. Its body was covered in matted fur or dark skin. I couldn't decide which, and it radiated a kind of cold that made the air around me feel heavier. I tried to stay calm, breathing slowly, counting in my head. Then it tilted its head again, and I felt that deep, primal fear settle in my chest. I knew instinctively that this thing was not here for food, not here by accident. It was watching, studying, waiting. I fired. The crack of the rifle shattered the night, echoing through the valley. The creature staggered, its form blurring as it disappeared behind the trees. My ears rang from the shot, my body tense, every muscle ready to run or fight. I waited, holding my breath, scanning the shadows. Nothing moved. The forest seemed almost empty, eerily so, as if it had swallowed everything alive. I knew I couldn't stay there. Slowly, carefully, I made my way back toward the truck. Every shadow seemed to twitch and shift, every sound amplified by the snow and cold. I kept my rifle ready, fingers white around the trigger, flashlight sweeping over every dark corner. My imagination kept trying to convince me it was just nerves, that there was nothing there. But I knew better. When I reached the truck, I fumbled with the keys, hands trembling, breath coming in short bursts. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat there for a moment, listening. The forest was quiet again. Too quiet. I started the engine, and as the headlights cut through the darkness, I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. The figure stood there, tall and silent, then turned and disappeared into the woods. The drive home was tense and slow. Every shadow in the headlights looked like the thing following me. Every sound of the truck over frozen ruts made me jump. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see it standing behind me, waiting for a chance. I finally reached the cabin, double-checked the locks, and sat down with a trembling hand on my rifle. Sleep did not come that night. Every creak of the old wooden cabin, every gust of wind sounded like footsteps. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was outside, waiting, patient, watching. The next day, I returned to the clearing with 2 friends. We tracked the snow, looking for signs of what I had seen. There were no tracks, no broken branches, nothing. It was as if the creature had never existed, the snow untouched and pristine. But I knew what I had seen. I had felt its presence, the way it studied me, the cold that wasn't just from the winter air. Weeks later, I was back in the same forest, this time with a group of hunters during the day. We didn't see anything unusual, but I kept a close eye on the trees, the ridges, the shadowed corners of the woods. I wasn't a superstitious man, but the memory of that night stayed with me. I could almost feel the shape in the corner of my vision, tall and silent, waiting in the snow. Hunting alone at night in the winter, I learned, was different. The forest had secrets that the sun could hide, shadows that could stretch longer than the truth, and creatures that might not be human at all. I never went out alone after dark again. Not in winter, not in the dead of night. The risk wasn't worth it, and the memory of those golden eyes and that deliberate, silent approach haunted me for months. Even now, when the snow presses against the windows and the wind groans through the pines, I sometimes feel it, watching, waiting, patient. And I remember the mistake I made, thinking I could face the night alone in a winter forest. Some things aren't meant to be seen, and some hunts are better left unfinished. Story the end. The sky had been clear when I left my cabin that evening, the last traces of sunset bleeding red over the snow-covered pines. The air was crisp, sharp enough to sting through my jacket, and the forest stretched out in silent waves of white and dark green. I had planned the hunt for weeks, alone in the back country of northern Maine, hoping to catch a glimpse of a mature buck before the rut ended. I told myself I was careful, experienced, prepared for the cold and isolation, but nothing could have prepared me for what came next. I parked my truck at the edge of a logging road, grabbed my rifle and pack, and started toward a ridge I had scouted earlier that week. The snow was already deep, almost knee-high, and every step sucked at my boots, making the climb slow and exhausting. The forest was quiet, unnervingly so. Usually there was the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of deer through the underbrush, but tonight it was a vacuum of sound, broken only by my labored breathing and the occasional creak of an old pine swaying in the wind. I reached my chosen stand just as the first hint of moonlight began to filter through the trees. I set up, spreading a tarp on the ground and crawling under it to conceal myself. I could see tracks in the snow leading past my stand, deer probably, but then something caught my eye. A set of larger prints, wider than a human's, heading in no particular direction. They weren't fresh, but they were recent enough to make me uneasy. I shook it off. I was here to hunt, not to get spooked by animal tracks. Hours passed. I saw nothing. The cold seeped through my clothing, and my fingers went numb despite thick gloves. I tried to focus, but the forest seemed different under the full moon. Shadows twisted in impossible ways, trees leaning where they shouldn't, branches moving against the wind. Every time I turned my head, I could swear I glimpsed movement. A flash of dark between the birches, a silhouette vanishing the instant I blinked. My heart began to race, but I told myself it was just a deer or my imagination. Then I heard it, a soft crunch behind me. My body froze. I strained to listen, the sound repeating, slow and deliberate, like footsteps in snow, careful, measured. I spun around with my rifle raised, but there was nothing, only the silent, moonlit forest. My rational mind said it was an animal, maybe a fox or a coyote, but the cadence didn't match. It was too purposeful, too human. My pulse thumped in my ears, and I realized I was gripping the rifle tighter than necessary. Minutes stretched into an hour. The steps came and went, always behind me, always keeping pace. I debated leaving, crawling out of the stand quietly, but every movement seemed amplified, every snap of a twig loud enough to echo across the ridge. My fingers were stiff, my breath forming clouds in the air. The forest, I realized, had gone from eerie to oppressive. It felt alive, aware of me in a way that made me shiver. I decided to move, crawling slowly out of my blind, rifle ready. That's when I heard it again. A hiss, almost like words, muffled and distorted by the cold. I froze. My mind raced. I told myself it was the wind, or perhaps my nerves playing tricks, but the sound repeated, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable crunch of snow under weight moving deliberately. I had a sinking feeling that whatever it was following me, tracking my every step. I began to walk faster, keeping my rifle raised. The moonlight shifted, shadows stretching into shapes that seemed to move independently of the wind. My breath came in short gasps, my boots sinking deeper into the snow with each hurried step. The path back to the logging road seemed to stretch unnaturally. Familiar landmarks twisted as if the forest itself was reshaping, trying to confuse me, to make me lose my way. Panic clawed at my chest, but I forced myself forward. Then I saw it, just a shadow at first, flickering between two trees. I froze, trying to focus. It moved unnaturally, too fast and fluid for a human, too large for a deer. For a moment, it looked directly at me, though I couldn't see eyes, only a dark silhouette against the snow. I fired a warning shot, the echo ripping through the woods, but the figure didn't flinch. Then it disappeared. Silence returned, heavier than before. I ran. I don't know if I sprinted blindly or followed a vague sense of direction, only that I eventually stumbled onto the logging road where I had left my truck. Relief should have washed over me, but it didn't. Fresh footprints in the snow led from the tree line directly to my truck, elongated, misshapen, too tall for any man I knew. They stopped at the edge of the road as if whatever made them had vanished into thin air. I didn't wait to investigate. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. The warmth hit me like a shock, but my eyes never left the shadows along the tree line. Nothing followed, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I drove back to my cabin, taking every winding road I could to ensure nothing had shadowed me. Inside, I locked all doors and windows, sitting by the fire with my rifle across my lap. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadow moving, felt the crunch of snow behind me, heard the hiss that wasn't wind. I kept replaying the steps in my mind, trying to rationalize, but it made no sense. The forest had felt predatory, waiting, patient. The following week, I returned with two friends, armed and cautious. We scouted the area during daylight, and though we found deer tracks and evidence of wildlife, nothing else seemed unusual. No elongated footprints, no signs of human presence, no disturbed snow. But when we reached the edge of the ridge where I had first seen the figure, the trees bore deep vertical scratch marks. Tall, wide, claw-like, too high for a bear, too irregular for any human. My friends tried to joke it off, but I knew better. Whatever had been there had marked its territory, and I had been inside it. I never hunted alone again. Even during the day, I avoid that ridge, that stretch of forest where the moonlight cuts through the pines like knives. Other hunters tell me their own stories, strange sounds in the woods, missing people, footprints that vanish without trace. But mine had been the first hand I had felt it. The stalking presence, patient and calculating. I can still feel the cold, the crunch behind me, the hiss that sounded almost like words. The memory is burned into me, a warning I ignore at my peril. The forest is not empty, not in winter, not at night. Sometimes when the wind howls through the pines, I swear I hear it again. Slow, deliberate footsteps in the snow, careful enough to follow me without making a sound. And the hiss, soft and distorted, like a voice speaking just out of comprehension, reminds me that whatever it is, it never forgets. Story. The end. The first crack of the frozen underbrush sounded too deliberate to be the wind. I had been hunting alone since I was 17, and after 20 years of winters in northern Montana, I knew the difference between a wandering deer and something else moving in the dark. The air had that brittle sharpness that felt like it could snap in your lungs, the kind of cold that made every sound travel farther than it should. My breath rose in pale sheets, drifting upward until the night swallowed it. I wasn't planning on staying out late. It was supposed to be a quick evening hunt, just a couple of hours before the snowstorm rolling in from the west made everything impossible. But the woods behind my cousin Mark's old cabin had always been good for tracking, and winter was unforgiving for a man trying to fill his freezer. So I stayed longer than I meant to, watching the daylight die faster than I was ready for. By the time the sun sank behind the pines, the sky was a cold blue fading into black, and the first stars flickered overhead like they were shivering too. That was when I heard the second crack. I stopped walking. My boots settled into the snow with a soft crunch. Nothing moved ahead of me. Nothing stirred behind me. The trees stood silent under their heavy white coats. But the sound hadn't been my imagination. It had come from my left, just past the slope that dipped into a narrow ravine. I waited, listened. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a deer, or a moose, or hell, even a rabbit breaking through crusted snow could echo weird in the cold. But something about it tightened the muscles in my neck. I forced a slow exhale, then adjusted the rifle slung over my shoulder and pushed forward. The trail back to the cabin wasn't far, maybe a mile and a half. I'd walked it more times than I could count. But tonight felt different. A third sound followed me, so faint it might have been mistaken for the wind brushing against loose snow, except it had rhythm. Footfalls, slow, even, matching mine. I picked up my pace. The steps behind me grew quicker too. I stopped dead. So did they. For a moment the forest was silent enough to hear frost forming. Then from somewhere in the dark behind me came a low, deliberate inhale. Someone, or something, was breathing. I turned around slowly, barely daring to shift my weight. My gloved fingers tightened around the rifle. The dark between the trees was thick and unmoving. No shape, no eyes. But I felt watched. Hunters talk about instincts like they're some mystical thing passed down through blood and bone. Maybe that's true, or maybe it's just your brain recognizing danger before you do. Either way, mine was screaming now. I started walking again, careful, steady steps. The trail curved near a stand of black spruce, and the shadows there looked almost liquid. My heartbeat thudded against my chest as if trying to warn me that turning my back was a mistake. The breathing followed. Not close, but close enough. I didn't run, not yet. Running in the dark on uneven ground was a good way to break an ankle, or worse. But I moved quicker, focusing on the direction of the cabin. If I could just make it to the clearing, the moonlight would help, and maybe whatever was following me would stop at the tree line. The wind shifted, and then I smelled it. Wet, metallic, like old blood. My stomach clenched. I'd smelled fresh kill before, any hunter had. But this was different. This was rot and iron and something animal that didn't belong. The footsteps behind me accelerated. That was enough. I broke into a run. Snow sprayed under my boots as I pushed through the dark, my breath tearing out of me in ragged bursts. Branches slapped against my coat, clawing at fabric and skin. The forest blurred into shapes in motion, and behind me, the footsteps followed. Uneven now, faster, frantic. The breathing grew louder. I didn't look back. Every instinct screamed not to. Instead, I focused on the memory of the trail, the dip in the ground, the slight left turn, the old stump jutting out like a crooked tooth. If I tripped, if I lost my footing even once, I wasn't sure I'd get back up. Ahead, the trees began to thin. The clearing, light, faint but real, filtered through the branches. The moon had risen, pale and swollen behind a thin veil of clouds, and beyond the clearing, maybe a quarter-mile away, was the cabin. I sprinted harder than I had in years. When I reached the edge of the clearing, I finally dared a look behind me. Something moved between the trees. At first, all I saw was a shape, tall, hunched, moving wrong, like a man trying to walk after both legs had fallen asleep. Its outline rippled in the moonlight, as if its body couldn't decide what shape to settle into. Then it stepped forward. The breath left my body like a punch. It was wearing something. Jackets, not one jacket. Multiple coats stitched together crudely, layered in patches like mismatched skins. Some were torn, some were stained. One sleeve hung empty and flapped against its side when it moved. Under the hanging hood, I saw nothing but darkness. I bolted toward the cabin. The creature let out a noise, something halfway between a rasp and a growl, like it hadn't used its voice in years. The sound pushed me faster. Snow flew in high arcs behind my boots. My lungs burned as the cold cut into them like knives. The cabin lights were off. I hadn't expected them to be on. I hadn't left them. But God, I wished I had. The building loomed in the darkness, pale from the moonlight reflecting off the snow-covered roof. Smoke should have been rising from the chimney, but I hadn't gotten the fire started earlier, and now the place looked as lifeless as the woods behind me. I hit the porch in 3 strides, nearly slipping on the icy boards. I grabbed the doorknob, twisted, shoved the door open, and threw myself inside. I slammed it shut and locked it. The cabin was pitch black except for the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the frost-covered windows. My breath echoed in the silence, too loud, too fast. Outside, nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, just the steady hum of winter night. For a moment, I wondered if I'd imagined it. Maybe it had been an animal, distorted by darkness and panic. Maybe the coats it wore were just shadows on fur. Maybe the porch creaked. Once, then again. Slow, heavy. Whatever it was had followed me. The doorknob trembled. My heart stopped. It turned once, twice, then jerked violently. Something shoved the door hard enough to rattle the hinges. I backed away, gripping the rifle with shaking hands. The door thudded again, once, twice, then a sustained push that made the frame groan. The lock held, but the wood didn't sound like it would for long. The creature stopped pushing. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Then soft, dragging footsteps moved along the porch toward the window to the left of the door. Something tapped the glass. Not a smash, a tap. Tentative, searching. I backed farther into the room until my back hit the table. My trembling hand fumbled for the oil lamp sitting on it. I struck a match, lit the wick. Warm, flickering light filled the space, pushing the darkness back into corners. Outside, the tapping stopped. For several long seconds, I heard nothing but the hiss of the lamp. Then, directly behind the frosted window pane, something scraped slowly downward, like a fingernail. The frost smeared, revealing a vague silhouette. Tall, wrong, watching. My breath faltered. The scraping stopped. Then the silhouette moved away, disappearing from the window's edge. I didn't know where it went. I didn't want to. I kept the rifle pointed toward the door anyway. Minutes passed, or maybe an hour. Time and fear stretches like pulled taffy, thin and warped. Then, very faintly, I heard something behind the cabin. Snow crunching. Slow. Measured. Circling. Whatever it was moved around the building twice, each pass slower than the last. I tracked the sounds with the rifle, though aiming at walls did nothing to calm my nerves. On the third pass, the footsteps stopped directly beneath the bedroom window. I waited, heart hammering. A whisper drifted through the wall. Not words, just air, a long, soft exhale, then another, and then nothing. The silence lasted so long, I wondered if the creature had finally left. Eventually, exhaustion pressed down on me like a weight. I couldn't stay awake forever, but I couldn't let myself sleep either. So I waited, sitting at the kitchen table with the rifle across my lap, the lamp burning low. The last thing I remember is staring at the door and promising myself I wouldn't close my eyes. But fear can only hold you conscious for so long. At some point, I fell asleep. I woke to sunlight slicing through the windows. The lamp had burned out. The cabin was silent. The only sound outside was wind drifting lazily across fresh snow. Fresh. Untouched. I stood slowly, every muscle tight, and moved toward the door. My hand hesitated at the lock before I turned it and stepped onto the porch. The snow was perfect, smooth, unbroken, no tracks, no signs of anything having been there, as if the night had swallowed every trace. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty clearing, trying to convince myself I hadn't lost my mind. But as I turned back toward the door, something caught my eye. Hanging from a nail beside the porch railing, something that hadn't been there the night before, a torn piece of fabric. Dark, thick, part of a coat sleeve. Frozen stiff, I stared at it, my breath freezing in my throat. The fabric looked old, weathered, but the tear at the edge was clean, fresh, as if it had been ripped off. As if something tried to get inside. And failed. I didn't hunt alone again after that. Some nights when winter gets especially quiet, I still hear that slow, deliberate breathing in the back of my mind. And every time I see an abandoned coat hanging on a tree in the woods, or a hunter's jacket left behind on a trail, I walk the other direction, because something out there wears them, and it remembers me. Story the end. The snow had started falling late in the afternoon, thick and wet, sticking to the pine branches like frosting. I had planned this solo trip for weeks, hoping to track a big buck that had been slipping through my usual hunting grounds north of Whitefish, Montana. By the time I parked my truck near the old logging road, the sky had darkened into a bruised purple, and the temperature had plummeted to well below zero. I should have reconsidered, but the prints in the snow told me the deer was still out there, and I wanted one shot at it. I hoisted my rifle, adjusted the strap of my pack, and followed the fresh tracks into the forest. The snow muffled my steps, but not entirely. Every crunch of ice beneath my boots felt deafening in the dead air. I kept my head on a swivel, scanning for movement, knowing I was the only human in miles. The woods were dense here, tall pines crowded together with heavy boughs, making it difficult to move quickly. The further I went, the quieter it became. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, but the kind that made your ears ache, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I paused near a stand of spruce, wiping my brow under the hood of my parka. I could see my breath curling in the air, and for a moment I allowed myself to appreciate the stillness. Then I heard it, a soft snapping, like a branch breaking under the weight of something large. My body froze. The prints I had been following had ended just a few yards ahead, but I realized something else was out there, something that wasn't the deer. I raised my rifle, scanning the darkness. The snowflakes glinted in the beam of my headlamp, each one sharp and cold. Nothing, just trees. I tried telling myself it was an animal, maybe a fox or a coyote, but the sound had a weight to it, deliberate. And then I heard it again, closer this time. Slow, measured steps, not bounding like a deer, not skittering like a fox, but deliberate, pacing steps, as if whoever, or whatever, was there wanted me to hear. I cursed under my breath and kept moving, staying low, hoping I could circle back to the logging road before dark fully set in. The forest thickened, and shadows pooled under the trees, making it impossible to see far. My headlamp caught something moving out of the corner of my eye, but every time I spun toward it, there was nothing. Heart thudding, I forced myself to keep walking, trying not to make noise, trying not to panic. About 30 minutes later, I came across a small clearing where the snow had been disturbed, not just by animals, but by footprints. Human footprints. Boots. And they weren't old. The snow around them was still loose, powdery, as if whoever had been here had walked moments before. My stomach turned over. The forest was supposed to be empty. I was alone. I scanned the clearing, my breath loud in my ears. That's when I saw it, just at the edge of the tree line, a shadow moving against the dark trunks. I froze. The figure didn't move like a person walking. It moved in short, jerky motions, almost gliding between the trees. My hands tightened around the rifle. "Hello?" I called, voice trembling more than I wanted. No answer. Only silence. Then, slowly, the figure raised an arm, just once, and pointed in my direction before vanishing into the trees. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, but I had gone too far into the woods, and I knew the terrain well enough to realize that retracing my steps in the dark could be dangerous. I started moving along the edge of the clearing, keeping my back to the tree line, scanning for any hint of movement. The snow was falling harder now, making it harder to see and muffling any sound the figure might make. But the sense of being watched was constant, pressing down on me from all directions. Then I heard it again, the snapping of branches, but this time from behind me. Fast, deliberate, moving closer. I swung my headlamp over my shoulder. Nothing. Just trees, bending under the weight of snow. My heart jumped when I realized the snow on the lower branches had been disturbed, as if something or someone had brushed past them. I picked up the pace, forcing my legs to move despite the cold that was starting to bite through my layers. The logging road was still a mile away, and I knew I couldn't see far in this storm. My mind raced with every possible scenario. Could it be another hunter? Maybe. But the way it had moved, there was something wrong about it. Something unnatural. As I reached a denser section of forest, the snow suddenly stopped falling. The air became eerily still. My headlamp illuminated a faint trail leading off the path, deeper into the trees. I froze. The footprints from before had turned in that direction. Against my better judgment, I followed them, hoping to see who or what was out here. The trail led me to a narrow ravine. The snow was packed down here, the footprints deep, almost dragging in some places. I realized with a sinking feeling that the prints weren't just normal boot prints. Some of them were too long, too wide, and the gait was off, as if whoever had made them wasn't walking the way a human should. I climbed down carefully, trying not to make noise. That's when I saw the first sign of something truly wrong. Ahead, in the snow, were drag marks. Deep, wide grooves, like something heavy had been pulled along the ground. My stomach churned. I didn't want to think about what could have made them, but my mind couldn't help it. I forced myself forward, following the trail that wound deeper into the ravine. Then I saw the trees. They were broken, twisted in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Bark stripped, limbs snapped, some trees leaning at impossible angles. It was as if something large had pushed through here, not caring about the obstacles. And then I saw it, faint in the distance, moving between the trees. A shape, hunched tall, its movements jerky and unnatural. I froze. My rifle felt heavy in my hands. The figure didn't run or walk, it seemed to glide. The snow beneath it didn't crunch like mine, but the air around it seemed to hum, a low vibration that I could feel in my chest. Then it stopped, and for a moment I could swear it was looking right at me. I raised my rifle. My hands shook so badly I could barely aim. "Who's there?" I shouted. No answer. Only silence. Then, slowly, the figure tilted its head just slightly and vanished. I didn't hesitate after that. I ran, boots skidding on ice, snow flying in all directions. I didn't look back. Every sound, branch breaking, snow crunching, made me flinch. I ran until I stumbled out onto the logging road, sliding on the ice, barely catching myself before hitting the ground. My truck was just ahead. I fumbled with the keys, hands numb, and threw myself inside. I didn't start the engine at first. I just sat there, listening. The forest was silent, too silent. I kept scanning the tree line, waiting for that shape to appear again. When nothing did, I started the truck and drove fast, too fast for the icy road, keeping the headlights scanning the tree line as I went. I didn't stop until I reached the highway, where the snow was lighter, the trees thinner, and civilization close enough that I felt safe. I tried to convince myself it had been a hallucination, stress, exhaustion, maybe another hunter playing a prank, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I'd seen the footprints, the drag marks, the way it moved. Nothing about that figure was human. I never hunted alone in the winter after that. I still go out in the spring or fall with friends, but the woods at night, when the snow is heavy and the world is silent, I stay far away. I still wake up some nights, heart racing, hearing the crunch of boots in the snow, the soft snapping of branches, and the faint jerky movement just beyond my window. And sometimes when I can't sleep, I drive out to the old logging road, just to see if the snow is falling, just to see if the forest is holding its breath. And every time, I wonder if that thing is still out there, moving through the trees, waiting for the next solo hunter to wander too far from the trail. I'll never know what it was, and I don't want to. But the memory of that night, the cold, the shadows, the unnatural movements, it stays with me. It's why I never hunt alone after dark in the winter. Because in those woods, when the snow falls and the air is still, something watches, and it doesn't care who you are. Story the end. Snow cracked under my boots with the brittle sound of breaking glass, each step echoing too loudly in the stillness of the Wyoming backcountry. The cold had a way of swallowing noise, making everything feel closer, sharper, like the world was holding its breath. I'd hunted alone before, plenty of times, but never this late in the season, never with the temperature dropping faster than the sun behind the jagged ridge line. The cabin I was using belonged to my uncle, a place he kept for elk season. It wasn't much, just a square of old pine boards, a wood stove, and a cot that sagged in the middle, but it was shelter. I'd left its light behind an hour ago. The plan had been simple: track the bull elk I'd seen earlier that afternoon, tag him clean, and be back by midnight. But plans don't mean anything in the winter mountains. The dark comes early, and it comes fast. I paused, lifting my head. The air tasted metallic, like cold iron. My breath drifted in a pale cloud, swirling before vanishing into the black line of fir trees in front of me. Somewhere beyond them, the elk tracks continued, and something else, prints I hadn't recognized earlier. At the time, I'd chalked them up to a stray dog, or maybe someone else's not-so-well-trained hound. But the spacing was wrong. The shape was wrong, too. Not a paw, more like a long oval, with deep impressions at the tips, like toes. And they'd been following the elk trail exactly. I adjusted the rifle strap on my shoulder and pushed forward, telling myself it was just the cold messing with the details in my mind. Light snowfall sifted between the branches above, whispering like static. The moon was only a dull smear behind thick clouds, giving the snow an eerie bluish cast. My headlamp made a tight tunnel of light in front of me, revealing hints of motion that never quite materialized. I kept catching flickers at the edge of the beam, like something ducking behind trees just as I turned. After 20 minutes, the tracks changed. The elk tracks became erratic, deep, wide, scattered as if the bull had bolted, and beside them those strange prints pressed deeper, closer, almost overlapping. I felt something twist low in my gut. Animals run from predators. That was nothing new. But this pattern reminded me of something chasing not for food, not for instinct, but for the thrill of the chase. I knelt beside one of the prints. The snow around it had melted slightly, as if whatever made it radiated heat. That made no sense in 10 below zero weather. A low groan of wind drifted through the trees, but under it, just barely, I heard something else. A soft exhale. Not mine. Not human. I froze completely. My heartbeat suddenly thundered against my ribs. The sound came again, closer this time, from the darkness beyond the reach of my headlamp. I raised the rifle to my shoulder, scanning slowly. The forest held perfectly still, like everything was waiting. Hello? My voice came out hoarse. Pointless thing to say. Stupid thing. But the silence felt oppressive, and the sound of my own voice was at least something real. No answer. Just the creaking of the trees, the faint hiss of falling snow, then a single deliberate crunch of snow. Not ahead. Behind me. I whipped around. My headlamp swung across the trees, catching nothing but the tight whorl of drifting flakes. Shadows stretched long and warped between the trunks. The light flickered, once, twice, before stabilizing. My breath hitched. I forced myself to take a slow breath through my nose. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but running in the dark mountains was a good way to break your neck or get lost. I exhaled through my mouth, a shaky plume of vapor, and walked forward again. Slow. Controlled. If it was a cougar or a wolf, backing away calmly was the move. Predators get bold when you panic. The forest gradually thinned, opening into a small clearing. At its center, illuminated by my headlamp, lay the bull elk, or what was left of it. Steam rose faintly from the carcass, meaning the kill was recent, minutes old. Snow around it was churned up, streaked dark with blood, but it wasn't torn apart the way a cougar or bear would have done it. No entry wounds. No signs of feeding. No claw marks. It looked almost surgically dead. Its throat was crushed inward, the cartilage collapsed like a paper cup. Something with incredible strength had done that with a single bite or crush of a hand. No animal native to these woods could do that. Not even a grizzly. My pulse hammered a quick, sick rhythm. I stepped backward, breath stumbling. Another sound cut through the clearing, a soft tapping, like fingers clicking against a tree trunk. Steady, slow, I pivoted toward the noise. The beam of my headlamp caught the edge of a tree, scrapes on the bark, fresh and pale as if something had climbed it recently. Tap, tap, tap. Not above, not ahead, behind me again. This time I didn't turn slowly. I spun, rifle ready, breath half held, body braced for whatever I would see. Nothing. Just the forest. The tapping stopped. Then from the far side of the clearing, something moved. A shape. Low at first, then rising. Human-sized, maybe larger. My headlamp flickered across it, but didn't catch enough to define it. Only the movement. The quick, fluid motion of something stepping behind a cluster of pines. I backed away toward the tree line behind me, forcing myself not to lose sight of the clearing. My breath trembled visibly in the cold air. Another step. Another. Then the smell hit me. Rot. Damp earth. Something metallic, like rusting iron beneath damp leaves. It washed over me without warning, thick enough to taste. I gagged, hand clamping over my mouth. That smell wasn't coming from the elk. It was close. Very close. A branch snapped somewhere to my right. I jerked the rifle that direction, finger tightening on the trigger. Another snap left this time. Something circling. Purposefully. Predators toy with prey when they're confident. My headlamp sputtered again, dimming to half strength. No, come on. I smacked the casing with my palm. The light steadied, but dimmer now. The trees looked darker, heavier. My breath came fast, too fast. I heard the breathing again, not behind, above. I looked up. Two pale shapes stared down at me from the branches above, reflecting my headlamp like a pair of marbles. Eyes. Too far apart, too large. Something dropped from the branch, not onto me, thank God, but just a few feet in front of me, landing with a soft, muffled thud in the snow. I stumbled backward, raising the rifle again. My lamp caught only the pale curve of its shoulder, the outline of something lean but not emaciated, tall but wrong in its proportions. The head was lowered, the shape of it obscured by shadow. It moved with a smooth, unnatural speed when my light hit it directly. Not running. not lunging, just stepping back into the darkness like it was sliding into water. I fired. The rifle blast shattered the silence, echoing through the trees like thunder. Snow fell from branches overhead. My ears rang violently. The recoil jolted my shoulder. The thing was gone, no cry, no sound of retreat, nothing. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, crashing through the trees in the direction of the cabin. Branches whipped at my face, snow spraying around me. I didn't care. Survival instinct had taken over. Behind me, I heard movement. Light, quick, almost playful, matching my pace. I pushed harder, lungs burning in the cold, boots slipping on ice. I glanced back once, just once, and saw a tall shape weaving between the trees, keeping distance but always visible for a split second before vanishing again. It didn't move like a man. Too quick, too quiet. The cabin's yellow window light appeared between the trees like a lifeline. I nearly sobbed with relief. I threw myself onto the porch, yanked the door open, and slammed it shut, dropping the wooden bar across it. Then I stumbled backward, rifle still shaking in my hands. For a long moment I listened. Nothing but wind, nothing but my own shuddering breath. I backed toward the wood stove, keeping the rifle aimed at the door. The fire inside crackled, throwing a warm glow across the small room. My breath slowly calmed. The rational part of me, the part buried under terror, tried to reason through what had happened. A large predator? A trick of the light? Panic making shapes where there were none? Then something brushed the cabin wall. Just a soft drag of fingers across wood. I froze. Another sound followed, a slow, deliberate knock. 3 taps on the cabin door. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Snow crunched outside, footsteps circling the cabin. Something stopped beneath the window. I forced myself to look at it. A face stared back at me through the frost-lined glass. Not human. Too long, too pale, too smooth. The eyes were set wider apart than they should have been. They gleamed faintly, reflecting the firelight like a predator's. There was no expression at all. Not anger, not hunger. Just curiosity. Something inside me broke. I raised the rifle and fired through the window. Glass exploded outward. The recoil knocked me backward into the table. The ringing in my ears was instant and overwhelming. I scrambled up, reloading with shaking fingers, keeping the barrel trained on the shattered frame. Nothing moved. No body in the snow. No blood. Just the quiet moan of wind through the broken window. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat with my back to the wall, rifle across my lap, eyes fixed on the window and door until dawn finally edged over the mountains, turning the sky pale gray. Only when the sun rose did I work up the courage to step outside. The snow around the cabin was tracked heavily, but not by my boots. Long, oval impressions, dozens of them, circled the cabin over and over. Some came right up to the door, some beneath the windows, all of them deep, crisp, freshly made. They stopped abruptly at the tree line, as if whatever made them had simply stepped into the forest and vanished. I packed my gear in 10 minutes. By noon, I was back at my truck near the trailhead. By sunset, I was 3 states away. I never returned to that cabin. My uncle asked why, but I never told him. Some things feel dangerous even to speak aloud. And I still have nights, cold ones especially, when I hear something tapping against my window. Soft, slow, 3 taps. The same pattern from that winter night in the Wyoming mountains. Story the end. The wind had a strange way of singing across the high ridges in northern Montana, especially in the dead of winter. Some folks said it carried old voices from the time before the land was mapped, before cabins and barbed wire and snowmobiles. Others said it was just the way cold moved through the spruce. I'd always believed the second explanation, until the night I went hunting alone and came back with a story I still have trouble saying out loud. I'd taken my father's old .30-06, the same rifle he carried for nearly 40 years. It had scratches along the stock and a tiny dent in the scope ring where he'd once slipped on wet shale, but it still shot straight. After he passed, I kept the rifle more as a memory than a tool. But that winter, meat was tight, and I figured a few nights off from town would clear my head. I drove up to a remote cabin a friend let me use. It sat 3 miles from the nearest plowed road, and in winter the world up there turned into a white wilderness of quiet and cold. I reached it just as the last streaks of daylight bled off into blue. I lit the stove, set my gear on the cot, and melted snow for coffee. Nothing unusual, nothing strange, just the world I'd always known. The first night, I barely slept. The temperature dropped to -12, and the cabin creaked like something alive every time the wind shifted. I told myself it was the cold pulling at the logs, the metal roof shrinking. Still, I kept the lantern burning until dawn. The second night is when the real trouble started. Earlier that day, I tracked a large buck through the timber. Its prints led across a frozen creek, then up a gentle slope dotted with pines thick enough to make you feel watched. The tracks remained fresh in the powder, so fresh I knew I was only minutes behind it. But then the prints just stopped, not veered away, not doubled back. Stopped. A dozen yards from the ridge. I knelt down, brushed the snow with my glove, and stared. No blood, no drag marks, no sign of the animal slipping. Just an abrupt ending, as if the buck had suddenly lifted off the ground and vanished. It didn't make sense, and the longer I examined the spot, the colder my spine felt. A gust blew down the ridgeline, carrying something sharp with it, a smell like old wet fur left too long in a shed. I stood up, scanned the tree line. Nothing moved, but the woods felt different, heavier, as if the air itself were holding its breath. I didn't stay long after that. I started back toward the cabin, checking over my shoulder more times than I care to admit. By the time the sun dipped low, I'd shut myself inside and triple-checked the latch on the door. Around 9 p.m., I heard the first sound. It was faint, carried through the walls, something between a low groan and a drawn-out breath. At first, I thought it was the wind pushing against the cabin, but it didn't rise or fall like wind. It came in slow, steady intervals, a pattern, like something exhaling. I put another log in the stove, trying to ignore it, but the noise grew louder, circling, shifting. Sometimes it drifted from the roof, sometimes from behind the cabin, sometimes from the front door itself. The hair on my arms stood straight even under my thermal shirt. I grabbed the rifle, sat on the cot, and listened. Around midnight, the exhaling stopped. The silence that followed was worse. For half an hour, nothing moved. Not the wind, not a tree branch, not even the cabin settling. It was the kind of silence that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. I considered stepping outside to look, but something deep in my instincts said not to. Whatever was out there wanted me to come out. I could feel it, an almost electric tingle like the moment before a lightning strike. Then came the scratching. Light at first. A single scrape along the door like a stick being dragged across the wood. Then another, then a third. Each one slower, heavier, deliberate. I stood, lifted the rifle, and aimed at the door, even though nothing could see me through it. "Go on," I whispered to myself. "Make a sound again." Something tapped one of the window panes. A single soft tap, like a fingertip. Then another, then another. Each tap slid along the glass as if whatever was out there were feeling its way around the cabin. My breath fogged in the cold air despite the fire. I backed away from the window, keeping the rifle ready. My heart hammered so loudly it drowned out the tapping until the tapping stopped abruptly. Then I heard it, a voice. Not a human voice. Not exactly. But close enough to twist something inside me. It came from behind the cabin, deep, low, drawn out in a broken imitation of speech. "Whom?" I froze. Another sound followed, like a wet throat clearing. Then the voice again, slightly clearer this time, though still cracked and wrong. "Whom? Whom?" No animal I'd ever known could mimic human words, but this wasn't mimicry. It was like something trying, learning, forcing itself through the shape of language. I didn't answer. Every instinct screamed not to. The voice circled slowly around the cabin, repeating variations of the same stretched, distorted question. "Whom? You whom?" It stopped at the door. Something large shifted its weight on the snow-covered porch. I heard the boards groan under it, felt the vibrations through the floor. I tightened my grip on the rifle. "Not home," the voice said suddenly. "Clear. Too clear." My mouth went dry. A shadow passed by the frosted window, tall enough that only its lower half showed. The cabin door shook, gently at first, then harder. Not a violent attempt to break in, but an experimental push. Testing strength, testing resistance. I raised the rifle, braced my back against the far wall, and waited. Minutes dragged by. Finally, the thing stepped off the porch. Its footsteps crunched through the deep snow, slow, heavy, dragging slightly between each step. They moved away from the cabin until I could no longer hear them. I didn't sleep at all that night. At dawn, everything looked normal again. No prints by the windows, no tracks on the porch, no sign anything had come near the cabin at all. That should have comforted me, but it didn't. I'd heard it. Whatever it was had stood feet from me, whispering through wood and glass. I packed my things right after sunrise. There was no chance I was staying another night. I started down the trail toward the truck, the rifle slung across my back. The woods were unnervingly quiet, but not in the same unnatural way as the night before. This was typical early morning winter quiet. Still, every few steps I found myself glancing over my shoulder. Halfway down the ridge, I spotted something. At first, I thought it was a fallen tree, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't wood. It was fur. A thick grayish pelt spread across a patch of snow. It looked like part of a hide, torn from something large. Too large to be a deer. Too weathered to be from a bear. I lifted the edge with my glove. The underside was leathery and pale, as if ripped away recently. There were no tracks around it, no sign of a struggle, just that single piece of hide. A low crack echoed through the woods. I spun, rifle raised. Nothing. Then another crack followed, louder, closer. Branches snapped, not from weight, but from something pushing between them. Slow, methodical. Each snap came one at a time, spaced seconds apart. My pulse quickened. I backed away until my boot struck a rock. The snapping grew louder. Closer. Then it stopped. Silence. I held my breath, staring into the dark gaps between the pines. Snowflakes drifted lazily in the still air. 5 seconds passed. 10. 15. Then something large shifted behind a tree about 50 yards away. I didn't see its body, just a shape too wide to be a deer, too tall to be an elk. It leaned slightly to one side, like it was studying me from behind the trunk. Not home. The voice drifted through the trees, softer in daylight but still unmistakable. I didn't wait. I lifted the rifle, fired a warning shot into the air, and ran. I don't remember half the sprint through the woods, just bursts of breath, frozen air, burning my throat, the pounding of my boots through the snow. The voice didn't follow. The snapping didn't return. By the time I reached the truck, my hands shook so badly I barely worked the keys. I drove until I hit pavement, then kept driving all the way back to town. I didn't tell anyone, not for weeks, not until I convinced myself I hadn't imagined it. But imagination doesn't leave physical marks. 3 days after I returned home, I found a long, pale strip of hide, identical to the one from the ridge, lying across my front porch. No note, no tracks, no explanation, just that strip of hide. And last night, almost a month since the trip, I heard something outside my house. Slow steps along the porch, a shift of weight near the front window. Then a voice, low and broken, whispering through the glass. Whom? I didn't answer. I still haven't. But whatever followed me off that mountain knows where I live now. And winter hasn't ended yet. Story. The end. Snow had already swallowed the last of the daylight by the time I climbed out of my truck and slung my rifle over my shoulder. The timberline ahead was black as coal, a solid wall of spruce and firs. The temperature sat somewhere near zero, with a stillness so complete it felt like the entire world was holding its breath. I had hunted alone plenty of times, winter or not, but something about that night already felt wrong in a way I couldn't name. The wind had died hours ago. No rustle, no cracking limbs, no distant owls. Just the crunch of my boots as I walked deeper into the woods near the Montana-Idaho line, following the fresh trail of what looked like a large buck. The prints were clean and deep. He couldn't have been more than an hour ahead of me. And yet, the deeper I pushed, the more a prickling sensation climbed up the back of my neck. That primitive part of the brain whispering, "You're being watched." It wasn't unusual to feel spooked alone in the dark timber. But this wasn't the normal nerves that come from being isolated miles from civilization. This felt targeted, deliberate, like someone or something paced along just out of sight. The snow was falling again by the time I reached the ridge overlooking a frozen creek. My breath blew out like smoke. The buck's trail dipped down toward a dark stretch of forest where the trees grew so close they formed a tunnel. I hesitated. My hands felt stiff from the cold, but that wasn't why they shook. I lifted my flashlight and scanned the trees. The beam caught nothing but white flakes and endless black. Still, that sensation clung to me, heavy and certain. I pressed on anyway, reminding myself that mountain lions stalk silently and wolves avoid people. Yet part of me replayed a story I'd heard from some old-timers at the local bar, something about strange sounds, missing livestock, and shadow-like figures spotted moving upright through the trees. I had brushed it off as whiskey-born superstition. But alone out there under a moon obscured by clouds, everything felt suddenly plausible. I reached the bottom and crossed the creek, boots slipping on the icy stones. On the other side, the trees tightened, forming a canopy that swallowed most of the sky. The snow muffled every sound, making my breathing seem loud enough to echo. Halfway up the slope on the opposite side, I noticed the buck tracks change, becoming erratic. The neat pattern turned messy, deeper on one side, like the animal had started limping or stumbling. Then the prints simply stopped. Not faded, not buried by snow, just stopped, like the deer had vanished mid-stride. I crouched, shining the light back and forth, scanning for broken branches, blood, drag marks, anything at all. Nothing. The woods around me felt suddenly too quiet, as if the very air listened. Then behind me, snow crunched. I spun around fast, rifle ready, breath caught in my throat. Nobody was there, only my own boot prints. Then another crunch, this time off to the right, then again left. Not footsteps exactly, more like something heavy settling, shifting its weight. I swept the flashlight around desperately. Nothing, but I could feel it. Close. Very close. My mouth had gone dry. The cold seemed to soak into my bones. For the first time in my years of hunting, I considered turning back early. The safety of my truck 20 minutes away felt suddenly like salvation. Then I saw it, a shape between the trees, so still it blended with the darkness. Taller than any man, over 7 feet easily, thin but wide-shouldered. My light caught a hint of pale, almost grayish skin before it folded behind a tree, silently, impossibly fast. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. I stood there shaking, trying to slow my breathing, convinced that if I made even the slightest sound, that thing would come for me. For a long time, the woods remained still. I forced myself backward slowly, careful not to turn my back on where the shape had been. After about 10 steps, the wind finally returned. Not in a natural gust, but a low, sweeping movement that seemed to carry through the trees ahead of something approaching. Twigs snapped, snow shifted, then a long, low groaning sound drifted through the woods. Not an elk call, not a bear. It was almost human, a voice stretched out in pain or hunger or something worse. My heart hammered so hard I felt it in my throat. Then it mimicked my name, whispered it, drawn out, wrong, like someone had heard it once and tried to repeat it. Aaron. My knees nearly buckled. Nobody knew I was out here. Nobody should have known my name. I stepped back fast, no longer caring about silence. My boot hit a buried log and I went down hard, snow exploding around me. My rifle slipped from my grip, skidding 2 feet away. Before I could grab it, something moved at the edge of the trees. It stepped, yes, stepped, into the faint glow of my flashlight. What I saw still visits my dreams today. Its limbs were far too long, arms nearly reaching its knees. Its skin looked stretched, tight over sharp bones, like a starving man who'd never seen a meal. The head was wrong, almost human but elongated, the jaw slack as if unhinged, eyes black as tar without white or iris. It had no clothes, no fur, nothing to protect it from the cold. And yet it didn't shiver. It didn't breathe in any visible way. It just stared at me, head tilted slightly, studying me the way a person watches an unfamiliar animal. When it moved again, it did so in a blur, covering several yards in a single, silent glide. I scrambled backward, reached my rifle, and lifted it though my hands shook violently. I fired. The echo boomed through the trees. The creature jerked as the bullet struck its torso, but didn't fall, didn't bleed. Instead, its body recoiled unnaturally, limbs twitching in angles no human joint could manage. Then it straightened, almost curiously, as if puzzled by the impact. And it smiled. Not with lips. With its entire face stretching upward, skin tightening grotesquely around its skull. I fired again. It disappeared behind the trees so fast I barely saw it move. Silence returned, but not a comforting one. It was a waiting silence, an expectant one. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I ran, stumbling through the snow, branches slapping my face, my breath tearing in my chest. I didn't care about tracks or noise, just distance. Somewhere behind me, the woods echoed with that same groaning, inhuman voice. Aaron. Closer this time. Much closer. I pushed harder, legs burning, lungs screaming. My flashlight flickered with each panicked jolt. The snow was thicker now, blurring everything, turning the dark woods into a white haze. When I reached the frozen creek again, I barely recognized where I was. Everything looked different at night under a storm. but I pushed up the bank anyway, slipping and clawing my way through. Halfway up, something grabbed the back of my jacket. Cold fingers. Bone-like. I screamed, kicking backward wildly. My heel connected with something soft, then something hard, maybe its knee or head, but the grip loosened for a split second. That was all I needed. I tore myself free, leaving fabric behind, and scrambled toward the ridge. Behind me, something let out a screech, high and furious, and my blood ran cold. The sound didn't belong in any world I knew. I crested the ridge and saw the faint glint of my truck's windshield through the trees. Relief hit me so hard I almost cried, but the creature wasn't done. It burst from the tree line on my left, low and fast like a predator on all fours. I fired blindly, the shot lighting the dark for a second. The creature darted aside with impossible agility, then circled, trying to cut me off from the truck. I didn't think. I threw myself down the slope, half sliding, half falling. I landed wrong, pain shooting through my ankle, but I forced myself up and hobbled toward the truck. My hands fumbled the keys, shaking violently. Something slammed into the trees behind me. I didn't turn around. I got the door open and threw myself inside, slamming the lock and twisting the ignition so fast I nearly snapped the key. The headlights flared to life and caught the creature standing 10 feet away, snow swirling around its unnaturally tall frame. It jerked its head at the sudden light, not scared, but annoyed. Then it stepped forward, placing one hand, long, spindly, clawed, on the hood of my truck. The metal dented under its touch. I floored the gas. The truck lurched forward, knocking the creature off balance. It stumbled back, though not far. For a terrifying moment, I thought it might leap onto the roof. But the engine roared, tires spinning on the ice before gripping, and I shot down the forest road as fast as the truck would go. In my rearview mirror, illuminated faintly by the red glow of my taillights, I saw it step onto the center of the road, watching me disappear. It didn't chase. It didn't need to. The message was clear. It knew me now, and I was the one trespassing into its territory that night. I never hunted that area again. I never went back for the piece of shredded jacket I lost, and for months afterward, I would wake in the night convinced I heard something outside my window. Snow crunching, branches shifting, a low, groaning whisper drawing out my name. I told myself it was nightmares. Sometimes I still believe that. But last winter, after a heavy storm, I found tracks in the snow behind my house. Not human, not animal, deep, spaced, far apart, ending abruptly near the tree line, exactly the way the buck's tracks had ended that night. I live 2 states away from where this happened. Whatever it was, it shouldn't be here. And yet the woods behind my house feel too quiet lately. Too watchful. I've quit hunting alone. But sometimes, especially on cold nights when the wind dies completely, I swear I hear it again. That voice. Mangled, wrong, calling my name. Story the end. The first sharp crack of frozen underbrush came from somewhere behind me. Just far enough to feel like a coincidence, but close enough to make me stop walking. I had been in the woods since late afternoon, tracking what I thought was a decent-sized buck through the flatlands north of Fort Klamath. It was the kind of winter night that felt like the world was holding its breath. Clear, sharp, and unnaturally quiet. When the sun went down, the cold came fast, sinking its teeth right into me. I should have headed back earlier, but the prints looked fresh, and I convinced myself I still had time. I stood still in the dark, listening. My breath fogged in the beam of my headlamp. The wind didn't move. Nothing did. I tried telling myself it was just snow sloughing off a branch. I turned back the way I'd been going, focusing on the tracks in the snow. But then I heard another crack. Closer. Definitely footsteps this time. Slow. Breaking twigs the way a heavy animal does, but with a rhythm that's strained to sound. Deliberate. I swung the headlamp around, but the light died short against the line of pines. My heart wasn't beating fast yet, but it was beating wrong, too forceful in my chest. My gloved fingers tightened around my rifle. Probably the deer doubling back, I muttered, though the words felt fake. I walked faster. By the time I reached the clearing, night had fully taken the woods. The moon hung thin behind a veil of passing clouds, barely enough to throw shape into the world. The clearing was a wide bowl surrounded by dark timber, no sound but the creaking of trees adjusting to the cold. My plan was simple. Cross the bowl, follow the frozen creek south, and then head for the truck. Halfway across, my headlamp caught something odd near the far tree line. A shape low to the ground. I thought maybe it was a bush until it moved, rising slowly from a crouch. The silhouette looked wrong. Too tall to be a deer. Too still to be a bear. Then it straightened a little more, and the proportions hit me. Shoulders. Arms. A person. I called, more out of reflex than confidence. The figure didn't respond. Didn't move. It just stood there facing me, hands at its sides. I didn't like it. I flicked my headlamp to high beam. The figure jerked away behind a tree like the light had burned it. I felt my stomach holler something primal, something I'd never felt in the woods before. I lowered my rifle toward the ground, not aiming, just bracing. "Sir, you all right?" I tried yelling again. Still nothing. I stood there staring at the tree it hid behind. Everything in my body told me to turn around and walk the other way, to get somewhere open, somewhere with distance. But the creek was past that tree line. My truck was another 2 hours beyond. I decided to cut southwest instead, staying in the open as much as I could. My boots made a quiet crunch-crunch in the snow, and halfway across the clearing I realized I was listening for a second set of steps, and I heard them. Same slow rhythm as before. Not close, not far, just there, pacing behind me somewhere in the timber. I didn't turn around. Not yet. Every instinct said if I looked too soon, it would be a mistake. When I reached the point where the bowl sloped downward toward the creek, I paused, knelt, and flicked my headlamp off. Darkness swallowed me instantly. The woods behind me stayed silent. I listened. For a few moments there was nothing, but then, faintly, the same crunch. 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 It wasn't walking normally. It was stopping when I stopped. Waiting. I flicked the light on again and turned fast, rifle raised. The beam hit empty trees. Nothing moved. But the nearest trunk, about 15 yards back, had a smear of dark bark scraped clean at shoulder height, like someone had been leaning against it and slid away quickly. I started breathing harder. Not panic yet, but the beginning of it. I backed down the embankment to the creek, boots skidding on hard snow, then followed the ice south. My legs were burning, and the cold was starting to cut through the layers at my neck. I kept the headlamp scanning left and right, but I didn't see anything else. Not until I saw the prints. Not deer. Not elk. Not bear. Boot prints. Human. Fresh. But the gait was off. 1 step too far apart, then 3 steps too close. Toes dug deep in some places, but barely touched in others, like the person wasn't always putting weight on both feet. I stopped dead. The prints led ahead of me, and then curved into the trees to my right. Something cold uncoiled deep in my belly. Whoever, or whatever, was following me wasn't just following. It had circled around. I flicked my light right, and again the beam caught nothing but trees. The silence was thick enough to choke on. I forced myself forward. The creek wound southward, frozen hard enough to support me. I kept moving, fast as I dared. Then, to my left, something whistled through the air, sharp, high, wrong. I spun with the rifle raised. Again, nothing. I thought maybe it was the wind, but the air was dead still. The whistling came again, this time from behind. Not wind, not any animal sound I'd ever heard. A kind of breath, long and thin, like someone exhaling through clenched teeth. That time, I broke into a run. My boots skidded over hard ice, my breath bursting white. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could hear it now. Footsteps not trying to be quiet anymore. Fast. Too fast for snow that deep. Too fast for a normal person. I hit a patch of rough ice and went down hard, rifle clattering ahead of me. Pain shot up my arm, but adrenaline pulled me up too quickly for it to matter. I grabbed the rifle, turned with the light raised, and froze. Someone was standing on the creek 20 yards back, right in the center of my headlamp beam, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing something dark, heavy, maybe a coat or jacket, but the face, I couldn't make out anything. Like the light slid off it. It tilted its head at me, slow, curious. I lifted the rifle and aimed. "Stay back," I said, my voice shaking. "I swear to God, stay back." It didn't. It took 1 step forward, then another. Then it moved. Not running, not walking. It lunged. I fired. The recoil numbed my shoulder. The echo blasted through the forest. The figure jerked, staggered, then vanished sideways into the trees with a speed I couldn't process. My ears were ringing so hard I barely heard myself cursing. I backed away fast, watching the tree line for any sign of movement. Snowflakes started drifting down again, soft and slow, like nothing had happened. I kept moving until I saw the ridge leading toward the logging road near my truck. I scrambled up it, Slipped twice, my knees screaming from cold and strain. Every few seconds I turned with the rifle ready, but the woods stayed still. That almost scared me worse. When I reached the ridge top, I saw faint moonlight glinting off the truck's windshield far down the slope. Relief hit so hard I almost sank to my knees. I half ran, half jumped down the decline, sliding the last few feet before hitting the gravel. I unlocked the truck with shaking hands, threw my gear inside, and started the engine. The headlights washed over the trees in front of me, and something moved at the edge of the light. Standing just inside the tree line, facing the truck, was the same tall figure. This time, the face showed more clearly. Pale, almost gray. Eyes reflecting like an animal's, but set too deep. The mouth was slightly open, like it was still making that long, thin exhale. It took one slow step forward. I slammed the truck into reverse, fishtailing on the icy road before turning around. I didn't look back again. I drove faster than was safe, faster than I ever had on that road. I didn't stop until I was miles away where the forest thinned into ranch land. I didn't go home right away. I sat in the gas station parking lot for nearly an hour, shaking so badly I could barely hold the coffee I bought. When I finally checked my phone, I saw a notification I didn't remember hearing earlier, a voicemail from a number I didn't recognize. There was only breathing on the recording. Long. Thin. Whistling through clenched teeth. I never hunted alone again after that winter night. I still live in Oregon, but I stay out of the deep woods after dark. And sometimes, on clear winter nights when the air is still and sharp, I swear I hear that same thin whistle drifting out of the tree line behind my house. I tell myself it's just the wind. I don't believe it. Story the end.